Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the 87th session of the 11th Council to order. At this time, Pastor Parker, could we have invocation, please? Councilman Parker.
Thank you, President Pro Tem. Good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody's having a good day. This afternoon, we will have Pastor Emeritus Kathy Desero, who will give us our invocation.
You don't need to stand today. When you lose a county official tragically and short, it gives you time to take pause and think about all the things we have to be grateful for. So that's what I'd like you to do. I want you to take 15 seconds, come up with 2 words that you're grateful for tonight, that you're thankful for. We all worship God in different ways, but thankfulness is a common word. We lost a gal this week, tragically. We're thankful that we had her. Now turn to the person next to you and share what you're thankful for.
I'm thankful for God leading my life. I'm thankful for the friends and fellowship that we have together.
See how quickly 2 words turns into conversation?
Good afternoon.
Family and friends.
You see, we really are thankful for a great deal more than we think we are. And so now if you bow your heads for 1 minute, let's thank the person that we're most thankful for. We thank God for life. We thank God for this city. We thank God for caring enough to create us, to giving us parents and friends and places to live and people to love and to love us. And in return, we give him thanks. Whoever your God is, be thankful. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. At this time, can we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. At this time, we had a moment of silence. This is time that we remember those in our community that has passed since our last meeting. Just want to remember our resident Kenny Core, who was definitely had a life that was very impactful in our community. Dr. Calandra Green, who lost her life tragically this past week to domestic violence. And also retired Pontiac Police Captain Michael Miles. At this time, let's remember those individuals in a moment of silence. Thank you. Clerk, could we please have a roll call, please?
Carrington,
Present.
Goodman,
Here.
James,
Here.
McGinnis, Nicholson,
Here.
Parker,
Here.
Present.
Mr. President, you have quorum.
Thank you, Clerk Doyle. At this time, I will not do a motion to excuse from council members because President McGinnis is en route. He's running late from work, so he should be with us shortly. At this time, could I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Support.
It's been moved by Rutherford and supported by Goodman that we approve the agenda. At this time, are any amendments to Councilman Goodman?
Yes, so I have an amendment to add a resolution supporting the Medicare for All Act of 2023 to the agenda.
Oh, okay. Hold up. I got those already. Anything other than the Medicare fraud as well as the closed session resolution? Any other amendments?
I'd like to add a discussion item
Okay.
surrounding public transit and smart routes in the state of Pontiac.
Support.
Where did you want to put this discussion item?
Where do you believe it'd be best that we can do it before public comment? I
Okay.
don't mind.
So we have three amendments. The first amendment is to add a resolution to go into closed session, and this will be after public comment. Also, the resolution supporting Medicare for all as a new 13, and closed session as a new 6, I'm sorry. And we put a discussion item before public comment.
President,
Yes.
I don't see Hawthorne Park on here today. Is it not on the agenda?
It's number
Yes.
18.
Okay, I didn't see it. I just wanted to make sure.
It's
That's
on the
it.
agenda.
Mr. President,
Oh, yes.
I would like to ask to remove item 18 from the agenda because we did not get the partnership agreement until today, and we didn't get a chance to really go through it. And also, this particular partnership agreement has not been through the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee.
Point of information?
Okay, let me,
Okay.
actually, Councilwoman James, I'll take that up after I do the other amendments.
Okay.
Brother President, you had mentioned to move closed session up to number 6.
Yes,
And
the
we
new number
normally have
6.
closed sessions after public comment, so that it doesn't require that the body stays here, that the people who came stays here. So can we move that to after public comment,
You said resolution to go into closed session after, that's fine,
after public comment?
yes. So that'd be the new,
Excuse me,
20?
Mr. President. Mayor, I thought it had something to do with the attorneys or something.
Well, that's correct. Yeah, the attorneys do not, I don't know exactly what their schedule is, but they specifically asked if we could go into public comment about the referendum issue earlier in the agenda rather than later.
okay, so I didn't know that. So, Pastor Parker, is that all?
I was just reminding that normally we have closed sessions after public comment.
Yes.
There was a reason why we did that, because the people who come have already complained about it being late, and then you're going to ask them to sit here after we go into public comment, which usually runs a little bit longer. And so certainly I respect that the attorneys have asked to move it up, but we normally do closed sessions after public comment. But however we want to do it is fine with me.
But, point of information. So don't we pay them? I'm saying.
Yes,
Okay.
we do, but
Okay.
they are costly.
Okay.
So what I would do is I'll make the motion, and then we can vote it up or vote it
Okay,
down.
thank you.
So I make a motion to add resolution to go into closed session after public comment. I also make another resolution supporting Medicaid for all as the new 13. And I'd like to add a discussion item after the closed session item to discuss smart routes and smart transportation. Can I get a second?
So moved. Support.
It's been moved, it's been seconded by, who's seconded? I'm sorry.
President Nichols.
Councilman Nichols. Can I get a roll call?
I'd like to withdraw my second. I don't think that we should take those up as one item. I'm split on some of those additions, so I want to
Okay.
see if we can take those separately so we can vote.
All right, the first item. I make a motion to add resolution to go into closed session after public comment. It's been moved by myself, second by Councilman Relaford. Any discussion?
Yeah, so are the attorneys not going to be present if we do that? I'll yield to the administration.
I'll defer to them if they're present in the room, although I don't see them present in the room. So Deputy Mayor will specifically ask them.
Or could it be possible to move public?
They had made the request earlier, and I had shared that with President McGinnis.
Understood.
And so I just relayed the answer that President McGinnis gave me
Okay,
earlier.
if that's not possible, I wonder if we would consider an amendment to move public comment earlier and leave closed session where it is. Or where it needs to be to ensure that we get proper legal opinions.
Were you able to quickly,
At least one of them does have another engagement that is time sensitive after this engagement.
so you want to, I'd like to remove my, take my motion back.
I'll make a motion to move public comment earlier in the agenda. When would that make sense for their timeline?
Well, one option, I believe, would be to allow for any public comment during agenda address, such that you could allow for.
Okay, yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds great, Mayor. I'll make the motion to combine and read both public comment and agenda address first. That way, each person who has something they need to address can do so.
So the motion that is on the floor is that it's been moved by Councilman Nicholson and second by Councilman Rutherford, that we combine agenda address and public comment. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yeah.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Oh, there it is. Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
6 yeas.
Thank you. So agenda address and public comment will be combined tonight. At this time, I'd like to add a resolution to go into closed session as a new number 6.
So moved.
Support.
It's been supported by Goodman. At this time, can I have roll call, please?
Rutherford, Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
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 5 yeas.
Thank you. At that time, that resolution passed, so closed session will be the new number 6. I'd like to make a motion to add resolution supporting Medicare for all as our new number 13.
Support. So moved.
Support.
It's been supported by,
Oh, I'm sorry, you made it.
it's been supported by Rutherford. At this time, can I have roll call?
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
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 6 yeas.
Thank you. Councilman Goodman, what was your motion again? Discussion item.
Discussion item discussing changes to smart routes. With that, because we're having public comment so early, I do think it's important for the people who are here to possibly be able to hear the announcement or the discussion item that I'm bringing forth. So I think it might do us some good to possibly have that right before the new number 6 for closed session, because the audience will leave after public comment, most likely.
So it'll be the new number 7. So it's been moved by Councilman Goodman to add a discussion item for public transit discussion,
Support.
and it's been supported by Councilwoman Rutherford. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. That amendment passes. At this time,
Just a
Councilwoman
point of
James.
order, President Pro Tem, council members, if you could mute your mic when you're not using it, the clerk is having a hard time getting his to.
Councilwoman James, what is your amendment?
It's to remove item 18 from the agenda for tonight.
A motion has been made to amend the agenda by Councilwoman Rutherford to remove item number 18. Councilwoman James, resolutions to approve item number 18, resolution to approve the interlocking partnership agreement for Hawthorne Park between Oakland County and the city of Pontiac. Can it get support? It's been supported by Councilman Parker. So a motion is to amend the agenda has been made by Councilwoman James. Actually, we're going to go to discussion after I make the motion. So a motion has been made by Councilwoman James, supported by Councilman Parker, to remove item number 18, which is the resolution to approve the interlocking partnership agreement for Hawthorne Park between Oakland County and the city of Pontiac. At this time, the floor is open for discussion. Councilwoman Rutherford.
A point of information, actually, this was sent to us on Friday. It was a misstep on the clerk's end, but it was sent by the administration on Friday. So, and also, just a bit point of reference as well, Oakland County Parks is here today to do this presentation. So I don't think that we should move this off the agenda. That's it.
Anybody else want the floor? Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, I wanted to echo the same sentiment. Certainly, there's nothing compelling council to have a vote on it tonight. It's not unusual for council to have a discussion and then subsequently have a vote if people have concerns about it or want further deliberation. But I would suggest that we at least allow our guests from the Oakland County Parks Commission to do their presentation since they're here this evening. And we can at least begin the discussion and see what council would like to do in terms of whether council would like to wait a week to vote or whether council would like to vote tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Grimal. Anybody else want the floor? Hearing none, could I get a roll call, please?
James,
Now, what are we voting on?
We are voting on your resolution to remove item number 18 tonight from the agenda.
A yes vote, okay, we're voting.
If you
to
vote
remove
yes,
the item, yes, and to not remove the item, no.
that's correct.
Okay, no.
Nicholson,
No.
Parker,
No.
Rutherford,
No.
Carrington,
No.
Goodman,
No.
0 yeas, 6 nays.
All right, thank you. That amendment fails. At this time, can I get a approval and roll call for the approval of tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's already
You
been
already
moved.
had, you already had movement support. Yeah. So, Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
All right. Thank you. At this time, can I get a motion to approve of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, second by Councilman Nicholson to approval over the consent agenda. This consent agenda includes May the 4th, City Council special meeting minutes on the budget, May 9th, City Council meeting minutes, and May 11th, City Council special meeting minutes on the budget meeting minutes. Can I get roll call?
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
Thank you. So we're in the meat of our agenda tonight, and we got a special presentation celebrating Team Pontiac Special Olympics success. I've been following this team for almost a decade now, and they are actually one of the best Special Olympic basketball teams in the nation. And they have dominated Michigan and this region for over a decade. So I'm going to turn the floor over to the coaches. Please make sure the mic on, you hit the right button. It'll light up for you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council. I'm Coach McFadden. To my left, I have Coach Redmond, and over to my right, we have Coach Pittman. It's an honor, again, to be here to celebrate Team Pontiac's success. It's been a great ride. We've been through the bad, the good, and now we're moving into great. But as Councilman Carrington stated, that he has watched us grow. He has watched us blossom into the team that we have become. But we wouldn't be here. We have a guest that is back with us from Virginia, and she used to be our principal in our school district, and I want to bring her up here. Come on up, Dr. Hill. She is the reason why she orchestrated these three individuals to do this. So I thought she might would have some words to share out. So she's just getting back.
Well, good evening, everyone. Let me just say, when we first started with the team, I had to recruit these men behind me. And so it was a lot of, resistance, but I was able to sweet talk them into being coaches, and they have done a marvelous job. And it has been such a pleasure to be a part of the team and to be a part of the Special Olympics of Michigan and of Pontiac. So it's really thank you to the coaches and thank you to the athletes.
Well, when I first got involved with this, as Dr. Hill said, she had to coax me into this. Coach Pittman was absent and had to go somewhere, so she come to the classroom and she say, "Larry, would you just go with him for this weekend?" And that weekend has turned into almost 10 years. But the best part about it, it's just a pleasure coaching these athletes, and Special Olympics just treats us sometimes bad, but the overwhelming fun that we have, I wouldn't trade it for anything in the world. Thank you, guys.
Well, this is what we do. Actually, we'll do the resolution, and then we'll come out and we'll have pictures taken with the whole team and the council. That sounds good.
Is there a motion to adopt the resolution recognizing?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Councilwoman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Nicholson, to adopt the resolution recognizing the Team Pontiac Special Olympics success. With that motion now before us, Pro Temp. All right. You have the floor, Councilman Goodman.
Thank you. Whereas it is fitting that the members of this Pontiac City Council and administration should salute those athletes who, through their extraordinary efforts, have distinguished themselves as true champions of whom we can all be proud. And whereas the members of the Team Pontiac Special Olympics basketball team and their coaches have proven themselves to be the fiercest competitors and such deserving of the highest regard, as they recently won their 7th state championship March 17th, 2023 in the Michigan Special Olympics Games basketball tournament. And whereas the members of Team Pontiac Special Olympics basketball have won 5-time consecutive state Michigan championships, and whereas the Team Pontiac Team Michigan Special Olympics basketball team players are Nate Perkins, Femier Cazalo, I don't want to mess up, Marquise Eden, Dante Giles, Anthony Jasper, Orion Ramsey, and Andrew Howell. And whereas the team's successful season is due in large part to the astute knowledge and leadership of their coaches, Fred McFadden, Tony Pittman, and Larry Redmond. And whereas in addition to the dedicated coaches and family members, Team Pontiac has been supported by many community members through the years, especially Dr. Patrina Hill, whose leadership as Kennedy School principal helped get the team started. And whereas the members of Team Pontiac Special Olympics basketball team epitomize all that is good in today's athletes, as they have achieved a premier level of success in competition while exhibiting the highest degree of character. Now therefore be it resolved that the Pontiac City Council and Pontiac Mayor Tim Grimel hereby honors and congratulates the coaches and the members of Team Pontiac Special Olympics basketball team upon winning its 7th state championship. And further resolve, the entire city of Pontiac extends to the members of the Team Pontiac our best wishes for every continued success in their future endeavors. Pontiac City Council, May 16, 2023.
Thank you, sir. Discussion on the motion before us. Pro Tem Carrington?
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. 5 consecutive championships, right? Right. That is amazing in any sport to win 5 consecutive championships. So, and I'm just on tell the community that if you get an opportunity to see them play, you will love what you see. And I think they can play in some of the leagues here in Pontiac myself. So they got an excellent team. And I'm just so proud of you guys. And I know that we owe you something, but we haven't forgotten. We haven't forgotten.
Can I add also, with those 7 state championships, we also won in 2018 in Seattle, Washington.
Silver medal.
We took the silver medal.
Yes. That's right.
In the USA game.
Yes, yes.
Also, in 2022, in Orlando, Florida, we took the silver medal in the USA game.
Yes.
So that's 2 silver medals in the Nationals.
So this year, Nationals, you're bringing home the gold?
We bring it home to gold in
Okay.
2026.
All right, 2026.
Okay.
Thank you.
This Team Pontiac represent Michigan. And they represent Michigan well. On the court and off the court.
Excellent. Mayor Grimel, followed by Councilman Rutherford.
This is awesome. I don't know any other word for it, but this is just awesome. And I want to first and most importantly congratulate all the athletes on your amazing success and accomplishments. But I also, of course, want to thank the coaches for your dedication, for your success as well. This is great. All of you really make Pontiac proud. So thank you for what you're doing. Congratulations. And I know that you're going to continue to be successful in the years ahead. Congrats to each and every one of you.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Rumble, young man, rumble. That's what Muhammad Ali said. What you guys have done speaks to the character of not only this community, but as your parents and as your coaches, and especially Ms. Hill, who has worked with children who oftentimes have been overlooked, underappreciated, and underserved. I say that because of the work you did with my late brother, Myron Rutherford, and Larry Redmond, who worked with him as well. It speaks volume when you tell a kid that already has things against them that they are worthy to do something more. And so, young man, if no one has told you that you're absolutely awesome, absolutely great, absolutely thebomb.com, I'm telling you, that's it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion before us. I want to say it's a real pleasure to see Dr. Hill. It's been a minute, and it is no accident. The coaches and the teammates wanted to be certain that the resolution celebrating the team success also celebrated your foundation that you helped lay through your Kennedy School leadership. So thank you for your years of lifting up Pontiac's students and their student athletes. Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, the resolution before us is adoption of this honor for Team Pontiac and their Special Olympics success. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
Rutherford?
Yes.
Carrington?
Yes.
Pittman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
7 yeas. 7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We have copies of the now adopted resolution for each of the team members and coaches, and we are going to join you at the podium, so that way we might be able to get a better vantage point. We'll go that way. We'll come to you, so if you want to rustle up the team to the podium. Join the fun. Let's give a standing ovation for Team Pontiac. We have it in our packet. Thank you, one and all, for that special presentation and resolution adoption. Members of Team Pontiac and their supporters, if you want to keep going, you could do it in the lobby or downstairs. We'll keep the meeting going. Our next special presentation is the Galloway Lake Park proposed plans for park improvements. If you've been paying attention for more than 5 minutes, you notice a whole lot of good stuff has been happening for Pontiac's parks, green spaces, trails, and more. And this is just yet another step in that exciting process. We give the floor to the administration to cue up tonight's special presentation.
Well, thank you very much, President McGinnis. This is an exciting opportunity for our park, as I think everyone on council is aware and many members of the public are aware. We embarked on a listening tour of the community to hear from community members what they want to see in one of our crown jewel parks in the community, and that's Galloway Lake Park. We had some public hearings around that. We also distributed a survey in the community to collect written survey results, both through paper forms as well as on the city's website. And there are a lot of exciting possibilities here. And so we want to present exactly where things stand with the project and some of the ideas and the vision that we've heard from community members about how to really improve Galloway Lake Park, to really, again, amplify its assets and make sure that it truly is one of our crown jewel parks. And so I want to turn it over to those who were directly involved in this process to do the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this information to you tonight. I'm Kristen Wilfing with Oakland County in the Economic Development Department. And with me, I have Jeff Smith and Lynn Whipple with PEA Group. They're our consultants on the project, and they'll be speaking a little bit more to some of the results that we've heard from our listening sessions. But first, I just want to take a moment to set the stage and remind folks where Galloway Lake Park is. It's in the northeast part of the county, or I'm sorry, of the city, just almost directly across from the high school and the middle school. It's in District 5. So Councilman Parker, thank you for your help and assistance with this project, and also Councilwoman James, thank you for helping to get this project started. This really began out of the Friends of the Pontiac Parks Association with the assistance of the Pontiac Community Foundation. As I mentioned, PEA Group is the consultant, and then we also worked with a community advisory team with members of District 5 and folks from around the city. And Pastor Desiree is here. She was also one of the members of that community advisory team. And then also with support from Oakland County and the city of Pontiac, especially with the parks and the grants division as well. You know, both Alexes are here today, so thank you both for your assistance with the project as well. So I won't read through all of these, but we've been through quite a process over the last 18 months or so. And so we did receive public feedback and then public engagement. And then also we developed some of the site plans and the cost estimates, which we'll share with you tonight. So again, these are just some of the features that are existing in the park. It's about 63 acres. It's on the western side of Galloway Lake, which is a very special location on our waterways. There's soccer fields, a fishing dock, and also the former Ewald Center. This is the tennis courts. So if you go out to the park, this is what you'll see as the tennis courts. And if you walk around, you'll actually start to see what the tennis courts look like. They're a little bit overgrown and need some extra special attention. There's also a comfort station out there that had restrooms. This has been boarded up the last time I was out there, but you could see it's not in working order at this time. This is at the south end of the park. This is the view of the lake at the moment. And then in the upper right-hand corner, we know that there's folks out there in ATVs and four-wheelers, and that's a problem all over the city. So hopefully we can start to address some of those unwanted activities in the park as well. And then in the lower right-hand corner is the existing Ewald Center. This was a community center that we heard so many good things about from folks in the city. They remembered, going there as a child and using that facility as well. This was the fishing dock last year. If you go out there today, it has been resurfaced thanks to the Water Resource Commissioner's office. So it is a safe structure once again. This is our playground. In the lower right is the North Spur Trail, which makes up the western boundary of the park. And then just another view of the Ewald Center. You can see the Ewald Center is in pretty rough shape. The roof is kind of going on it, and many of the utilities have been in pretty rough shape over the last 10 or so years. So I'll turn it over to Lynn.
As the mayor mentioned, we did do a very in-depth public input process. We started with a community survey. The survey was open from mid-November to the beginning of February, and we were able to collect 153 completed surveys. So you can see from these graphs, the new restrooms, fishing dock, walking paths, and picnic shelters and playground area really rose to the top. And then as far as recreation activities, people were looking for a lot of exercise, sports, ways to get active in their community. And family picnics was also another big one. And then this is just a slide that kind of shows when people were asked what are 3 words that describe the park today: rundown, neglected, unsafe. And they were also asked 3 words to describe what you think Galloway Park should look like in the future. They talked about making it welcoming, inviting, friendly, vibrant. And so the next thing that we did was a community engagement day, essentially. We had 3 focus group meetings that we had met with utilities, and one was for utilities and safety, one with nonprofits, and another one with educators. It was to get a better idea of how we can partner with the community for events, to find out what the community is looking for, and to figure out what we need to do if there are going to be any utility constraints or issues when going through the design process. Then that evening, we had a community event. We had people here in this room. We had a brief presentation, then broke out into groups, and people had an aerial map of the park, along with little representative amenity spaces that were to show what amenities they wanted in the group, or in the park, and they were able to place them where they would like to see them in the park. The last activity that we had people doing was the dot voting, where you could pick the 3 amenities that you found that were the most important to you to see in the park. And then we took the information we gleaned from both the survey and the engagement meetings to come up with the site plan, and I'll turn it over to Jeff for that.
Hi, I'm Jeff. I will give you a quick high-level overview of this. This is the site plan we came up that we incorporated all that input into. And to start, I'll show you this in more detail and show you some images to explain it a little bit better, but this is the overall site map. And a couple important things to note. If you look at this, half the site's woods, and it's really nice habitat, but it's overgrown, so it's kind of brushy beneath it. And if you look close, they're really tall trees. So the first thing that struck us is if you just cleared some of the invasive species and brush beneath, but kept pretty much all the big trees, you would actually open up views to the site, and that would help with safety. Because sometimes it doesn't feel very safe when you walk around it, because you can't see what's around the next corner. There's no trails through the woods. Well, there's nature trails, but on the lake side, there's not. You can barely see the lake, and pretty much from anywhere on that entire road, you can't see the water. So it is called Galloway Lake Park, and you pretty much can't see the lake in the summer. So unless you're on the dock. So the first things first, we thought some high-level improvements that aren't as exciting as the park, but you could clear out the understory, open up the views, add to the boardwalk area so people could really access the lake and kind of honor the name of the park and give lake access. Another high-level thing from this graphic here is you'll notice in the front right now, there is no building that we're showing on here because now you have the abandoned community center. It struck us as odd that that blocks the view of the site. So when you're driving down the road, a lot of people just see the abandoned building. And it also blocks, just for security purposes, blocks view into the site. So we wanted to make it feel more like a park and less building. And you also get that county water pump building right there. That's the first thing you see. So a big part of this overall design, and then I'll show you the blow-ups of this, is that we proposed if that community center was removed, you could realign the road a little bit and pull the road away to create more usable space for an actual functioning park. And then the next graphic, which button does this? There we go. Okay, so this is a blow-up of that. To zoom in a little bit, we thought one of the best features of the park is really where the parking lot is right now. It's on a ridge, which seems like a minor detail, but it gives you this commanding view of the soccer fields back towards the woods. And so what we did is move the road over from where it is, because it's basically falling apart. The parking lot's really falling apart. And then where that playground sits on the right there would be a whole new playground. So you, working your way in from the entrance, you'd have a new gate. Then you'd come in and you'd have a new pavilion with restrooms, which I think was one of the #1 things on the survey, to get a new comfort station, new pavilion, new area where families could gather, have picnics, have events, you could rent it out. And then to the right, where you see those purple circles, those would be new playgrounds. And what we're proposing is something substantial so people could really enjoy the space and draw people there. Not just like a couple pieces of equipment, but like more of a destination playground. And then at the top, where you see that the kind of blue circle there, that would be a splash pad, and I'll explain that in a minute. One that would just be a plaza if it's not on, but one that if people could use seasonally. And it would not be a full water park. It would be more of a modest expression of a splash pad, but that would give people opportunities for water play. Then some walking trails that would take you down to the lake. In the bottom left side there, you have a picnic pavilion, connection to the trail, and then sports courts. So everything to the left of the trail would be either open lawn, areas where you could run around, throw frisbee, play with their dog or whatever, and then the basketball courts, which is important, and then we show pickleball courts. That was not really highly noted on the survey, but we put it there because it's the fastest growing sport in America right now. But you could also put any court sport there, just to have a spot. There's space for it. So let me go back to that. Whoops. How do you go backwards with this one? Right here. Okay. So some pictures to give you some examples as we go forward. What we were talking about, the playground, we think something that's more substantial, at least a couple of pieces of equipment that you could actually see from the road that would be exciting to draw people in, and just to get it to be a really popular destination, because right now there's hardly anyone using the park. So getting some stuff there that would draw people there to use it. So this is partially just to draw people in. And this isn't exact stuff that you'd put in. We're just making suggestions of what it could be. And here's another example. This is obviously in the desert, but is an example to show you how that site has this great big ridge that runs all the way through it. And kids love nothing more than running up and down a hill. So we thought having a ridge with slides going down it, with play equipment at multiple levels. You could have sand areas. It would really make a really great play area. And then using artificial turf and play surfaces so there'd be very little maintenance. You wouldn't have to mow it. Again, introducing pavilions out there. There really isn't good pavilions and grills built in so people could come out and have family events and use the restroom. So it's going to be important to introduce pavilion structures like this, maybe one or two. And then a lot of discussion went into a splash pad is a way, because there just isn't anything like this in the city right now. So something like this, that if it wasn't being used, that would be low cost, low maintenance. So this is a better picture of what it could be. And you can see there's a bunch of different zones here, and that this could be used as a way people could press a button, use a splash pad. When it's not being used, the water would simply be off. You wouldn't need a lifeguard or anything like that. So if just like one kid's there, you could just turn on one spigot, but you just press the button. We've done this in other places and it worked well. So it's a very kind of a lower cost version of a splash pad, so it doesn't feel like it's a big water park. So you want it to be fun when there's just 2 kids there. This is a graphic that shows that fishing pier, I guess, was just rebuilt recently. I think it's done now with a new surface. And then we're proposing adding a loop to it so you could see more of the lake, have more fishing opportunities, viewing opportunities, birding, whatever people want to do. But right now, you really can't see the water very well. So we're proposing to clear out some of the brush, but preserve the wetland and make more accessibility. So something like this, where you'd have kind of a boardwalk, walking trail that takes you out to the water. The cost of it, it's approximately $10 million to do all of that. This is obviously a big dream plan, a big vision. So we kind of broke it down to, I mean, what this really shows is that you have one really expensive project if you were to do the road, the parking lot, the restrooms, and then there's a whole lot of other stuff that's kind of a la carte, I would say. You don't necessarily need a splash pad. It can be added later. You could add pavilions as you go, things like courts, boardwalks. Those could be kind of side projects. But really to do the project justice, to really like realign the road, build a proper parking lot with proper restrooms and pavilions, it's probably somewhere around $8 million because this is a big park. It's not a little parking lot, it's a very big space. So I think that's the quick version. I know I kind of ran through that really quick, so I'm sure you have some questions, but.
Discussion from council on this special presentation. We'll have an agenda item that follows specifically about a grant application tied into this concept. Councilman Nicholson.
You mentioned splash pads as a lower cost, low maintenance. I've been to a lot of communities where the splash pads are no longer functional. It seems like there's a lot of mechanical issues there, or I've heard in Detroit there's been a number on the Riverwalk of people sabotaging them in different ways. Has the technology changed, or this version is a bit different?
No, it's a relatively speaking low cost. I think it's always a maintenance consideration because there's pumps involved. What we're proposing there's 2 types of splash pads really. There's ones that run all day long. Like you would open it in the morning, you would have chlorinated water, a big recirculation thing in a tank. The ones we've done in the past have been more of these like push button ones where, I mean, you think about it all day, there could be hours and hours where there's no kids there. Mm-hmm. So like you don't want this thing running all day. Ours are just like you push the button and it's set. I think we have one in 4th Street, Park. I mean, it's a very small one, but it literally runs for like a minute. So, but kids still like it. It just reduces the maintenance. Instead of having pumps run for 8 hours, this would run less. And then say like if you get into like September or something, school days, there might not be anyone there. So we really were looking at something that would be part-time and not chlorinated, no lifeguards, nothing like that, a very plaza-like use that could get use, but I would caution to say there's no maintenance. I mean, it's going to require some maintenance.
I have a follow-up question. The demolition costs, was that a rough estimate, or is that based on actual
That's a
environmental
complete
study?
rough estimate.
Okay,
That's
thank
just a
you.
guess, yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you. So I understand that's a rough estimate, but how, do you have a way for that to be included, like an actual estimate of how much it costs to actually tear it down? Number 2, I guess my only other question is, can the bathrooms not be saved at all? Are they beyond repair? Because I saw that they were damaged, but can they be saved? And have y'all had a makeup of that, like a version of that with the bathroom, not the building, but the bathroom part can actually be saved?
They seemed, the restroom, well, the first question, yeah, the restroom seemed beyond saving, and the building looked really bad. And sometimes to renovate it would just cost more than build a new one. The other aspect of it, it's in a really awkward spot. It's like partway down a hill. And just the realignment to make the project work, you know, we kind of realigned the road parking lot to make it work better. So functionally, I think it would just be better off building a whole new bathroom. Now, in regards to the costs of the building, we really, that's one of those numbers that we really kind of pulled out of thin air. I mean, the rest of the numbers in the cost opinion, like say, for instance, the splash pad, we had a company that builds splash pads do that layout based on the graphic and give us an actual detailed cost opinion. So that's a pretty accurate number. Same with the playground design, just because we've done so much of it, we have accurate contractor numbers. For the demolition, we just didn't know because there's so many variables. I mean, there could be hazardous materials in there. And that also, we were thinking you demo the tennis courts, the bathroom, the building. It was just a ballpark guess in that regard, so.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion on the special presentation, Councilman Parker.
First, I'd like to say thank you for even the renderings. They certainly show a various improvement that could be made at this park, provided that there's funds available. Second thing is I looked at it, is there any plan to secure this park once we get it renovated from the existing way that it exists? It's open right now. Will there be a plan to secure the park?
Yeah, absolutely. On the drawings, you can't see at this level of detail, but we had showed having a little boulevarded entry and a gate at the front to one, close it in the evenings, because you can just drive in there at any time of night right now. So, I mean, we were told there's dumping issues. And we also talked about perimeter fencing where it interfaces with the trail. We didn't get into a high level of detail of that, but also, if you look at the drawing there, you can see, if you notice, almost everything's clustered in the same spot.
Right.
Because what we didn't want to do is spread stuff all around the park. And we were warned pretty heavily not to put stuff back down by the lake. We also eliminated the remote parking in the middle of the site, because that's a common issue in parks. If there's any sort of security concerns, having parking lots where there's just not a lot of people, that's where the people go that are doing bad things. So we eliminated that, and the plan would be to cluster everything together and have that lit and secured, because it's just easier to secure one central spot, have it fenced in, and probably wouldn't be perfect, but it'd be a significant improvement than just letting people drive in there in the middle of the night.
Thank you.
Councilwoman James.
Yeah. I think my favorite part of the design is the way that you move the road in front of that building, the water resource building, so that it, you know, what you did is de-emphasize that. And with the landscaping and everything, it really will, when it's done, look like a real park entrance, because that water resource building is de-emphasized because you move the road over, and now the road is actually coming around a completely new area that's open, and everything is in that one area. So it really, I like the plan because it really reflects the kind of conversations that we had about, you know, what we wanted to see. And I think you guys really listened and, you know, to what we asked for, and you really nailed things in a lot of ways. We were hopeful that you would be able to use the Ewalt Center. We were hopeful that, because many Pontiac leaders over time have been interested in trying to salvage that center, and we were kind of hopeful that we would be able to incorporate it into the design, but it didn't happen. But I still am very, very pleased with the design. I think it's just out of the box, you know, really good. And I think it really answers some pivotal things with that park.
Other questions? I want to thank the PEA group for, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, Mayor, you have had a hand. I apologize, my brain. I do want to thank the PEA group for what is a very thorough and comprehensive process of integrating the public's feedback into what this proposal offers. Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, it's a big price tag that you've estimated of over $10 million, and there are a number of items included in that. Some of those items have been clustered together under the main park area with a number of items included under that umbrella, and that umbrella is about 80% of the total cost. It's a little over $8 million. So I'm an understanding that these are rough estimates, but have you broken out different elements of that? I ask because if we're serious about phasing this so that we can build portions of this or make portions of these improvements as funding allows, that $8+ million category for phasing to be meaningful will have to itself be broken out and built in phases presumably. And so have you broken those items out into greater detail?
Yeah, yes, we have. At some point, it's hard to know, because it's, we're at a conceptual level here, so it's kind of visionary. But yeah, I mean, saying it, 8 million is like the big chunk, that could be 5, it could be 4. The one thing that you would have to do is, if you're gonna realign the road, you'd have to build the road in the parking lot. So right there, you're at a couple $2 million right there. And if you just did that and didn't build a meaningful playground, I think people might question why you just spent $2 million and didn't add any amenities. So that's why we bundled a lot together. However, I think built into this cost, the scale of this is massive. I mean, it's a really big park. So those numbers, I wouldn't be too alarmed by that, because there's, in our detailed breakdown, which I'm not going to bore you with, but if you broke into it, just drawing large playgrounds with that much play surfacing, that artificial surfacing, I mean, those numbers got into the, $600,000 of play equipment. I mean, like really big numbers that could be broken way down, and you could phase it over time. I think it would be really unusual for any community to go out and just build an $8 million playground. So I think it would be, I just take that as the long answer there is yes, you could break the $8 million down into much smaller sizes. But I think at some point there'd have to be, $2 or $3 million chunk just to like kind of get it so it's functional.
Further discussion? Thank you to the community members that helped shape this process through their feedback. I am especially enthused about the concept of engaging more of the lake itself for our residents and the park goers. The way in which that dock loops around, I think would be, a great selling point to make this an even more of a park destination for our residents. The part that doesn't seem as compelling to me is the, $300,000 and $255,000 or so for pickleball and tennis courts, et cetera, that want to see if there'd be interest from residents. But also, we have the benefit and the challenge of having 31+ parks. So we can be strategic to say one of our 30+ parks can have one of those amenities. We don't have to necessarily replicate that across all parks, so to speak, because then that becomes very cost prohibitive, but also a maintenance issue. And I just want to point out that when city leaders and Parks and Recreation teams from the city of Pontiac from decades past, they would not have known that the tennis courts that the taxpayers paid for or grant funding paid for would deteriorate to such a degree. So maintenance matters. But just they were very aged. Would you anticipate sort of rough estimates of when some of the last park enhancements were? I would assume, not counting the new park dock surfacing, the playground might be the most recent thing, and that looks like maybe it's 15 years or so old. Does that seem right?
This park is very neglected, and it has been for quite some time. So, yeah, I would say 10 to 15 years at least.
Was the last time a new amenity was added?
Probably.
And that's showing its age.
Yep.
When
I
the
think
visual.
The soccer fields are probably the newest, when they converted the baseball fields to soccer fields when they built the new pump station. So, yep.
Understood.
I agree. Maintenance is a big deal. Just so you guys know, we do have large poster printouts of this map, so you guys can take a closer look at them, and we'll leave those behind for folks to take a look at. And we also have brochures with the detailed information on it, and we'll get that information up on the website as well. So thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. That concludes that special presentation. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the City of Pontiac's submission of the grant application titled Galloway Lake Park Redevelopment?
Moved by Carrington.
Support. Moved by Pro Tem Carrington, seconded by Councilman Parker. This is the Galloway Lake Park Redevelopment application to the Michigan Department of Natural Resources Spark Grant Program in the amount of $1 million. Mayor Grimal, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President McGinnis. As we've been discussing, the vision for Galloway Lake Park is very exciting, but it costs a lot of funding, and of course, it's one of more than 30 parks in the city. Of course, this is one of our big 7 or 8 community parks, but even then, we have 7 or 8 parks that are big like this. And so this is a huge sum of money that the planning team came up with in terms of the vision. And if we're going to make these kinds of improvements, we need to pursue a huge amount of funding. And that's where our grants team comes in. So they have put together an application for a Spark grant, and I want to turn it over to Director Borngester to first explain what a Spark grant is to everybody. I'm familiar with that jargon, but I'm sure most people are not. But also how much we believe we can realistically go after as part of this. I understand that Spark grants are limited to a maximum of $1 million. But if you can walk us through the process and why coming to City Council to approve the application is important, that would be great.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor. So what you have before you is a resolution to authorize the Department of Grants and Philanthropy to submit a grant application to the Michigan DNR for the Spark Grant Program. The Spark Grant Program is a special DNR program that is open to cities like the city of Pontiac that have park deficit issues. The grant program doesn't consider the deficit, and so this is one of the applications that we're able to submit to the DNR where we otherwise wouldn't be able to. The award ceiling for this grant application is $1 million. We intend to pursue the full award ceiling. At this time, as you learned from our consultants, the cost of full park redevelopment in Galloway far exceeds the award ceiling of this grant, but every little bit helps, and so we intend to take the budget provided by PEA Group and to phase it into smaller portions to allow us to pursue revitalization in Galloway Lake Park phase by phase. We will also begin working with funding partners to procure a substantial match for this application, so we'll be coming to the table with a much stronger case for support this time. The resolution is required for this particular grant program as has been required for applications in the past. It simply is a requirement for us to be able to apply, and it demonstrates council support of our application.
All right, the motion is before us. Councilman Parker.
I just have one real quick question, if you don't mind. Thank you, Brother President. In regards to the Sparks grant, can you apply for those yearly?
This is the second iteration. I am not sure if this will continue year after year, but we did apply at the last cycle. We were unsuccessful. We did also apply for Galloway Lake Park, but at that time we did not have the substantial site planning that has been done, so we'll be coming to the table with a much stronger application.
Okay. Thank you.
And to confirm, it would basically be pursuing multiple amenity pursuits, but it doesn't lock you in explicitly to how that $1 million will be programmed, or will it be explicitly part of the larger puzzle?
We will be obligated to deliver the budget that we submit.
Okay. And hopefully everyone peeped that what you just saw as a presentation, and as the director just shared, that's now made the city's application that much stronger. It's showing the state of Michigan we've got a real deal plan that their investment into Pontiac with this grant is part of a larger concept, and there's an actual roadmap.
Correct.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Just a question. Has this large spectrum presentation that y'all did for Galloway, have they did it for the park in District 1? Our park, what is our park called? The big one. I always forget its name.
Bodette.
Bodette. Did they do that for this?
This process has not been conducted for Bodette. At this time, the grant funds received by Friends of the Pontiac Parks Association did pay for Galloway.
And my follow-up was, how much did it cost to do this?
I believe their total grant award, and again, this was not an award made to the city. This was an award made to the Friends of the Pontiac Parks and the Pontiac Community Foundation as their fiduciary. I believe the total award was $25,000. Right? Yeah.
That's a good ballpark for us to know about long-range planning for our other substantial parks, as the mayor alluded, of which there are many jewels that we want to see shine.
I would say if we had it our way, we would include some engineering services as well, far beyond just the site plan. While the site plan is tremendously valuable, we would actually seek somewhere between 45 and 50 for a park of Galloway Lake Park size, so that we could extend into engineering costs as well.
Which might give us more specifics as to Councilman Rutherford's question on the special presentation about pinpointing exactly what those changes, the concept would entail.
Correct.
Further discussion? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman Nicholson.
I imagine I remember there being some previous easement issues and weirdness with WRC. Has that been smoothed out, or are we just not utilizing those areas of the park?
So there are easements through Galloway Lake Park. There are temporary easements and permanent easements. We do have those identified, and so those easements were discussed with PEA Group, and we're aware of them. Depending on whether it's a temporary or permanent easement, it changes what we can put on top of it. Certainly, we don't want to build a large structure on top of a permanent easement that would require digging, but we are aware of them, and they are identified.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution approving the City of Pontiac submission of this grant application titled Galloway Lake Park Redevelopment. We're going for $1 million with Michigan DNR Spark Grant. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
No.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
I say Goodman, Goodman voted.
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
6 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We are now at a special presentation in terms of referendum petitions regarding marijuana adult use regulatory and zoning ordinance 2406 and 2407. We give the floor to City Clerk Garland Doyle for the update.
Thank you, Mr. President. As you are aware, we received petitions regarding the marijuana adult use business and zoning ordinances 2406 and 2407 that were adopted by the City Council on April 4th. Ordinance 2406 is the business ordinance, and ordinance 2407 is the amendment to the zoning ordinance to include adult use marijuana businesses in designated overlay districts. There is a section in our city charter, which is section 6.404, and I won't read the entire section, but it talks about referendums. If within 10 days, 100 registered electors of the city file with its clerk a notice in writing of their intention to circulate a petition referring the ordinance to the electors for their adoption or rejection. And if they do that, then within 30 days, they have the opportunity to submit petitions, and those petitions have to be signed by at least 10% of the registered electors, registered voters, at the preceding city general election are presented to the City Council. Then the ordinance is to be suspended from taking effect. The council has some options: shall immediately reconsider the ordinance and repeal it in its entirety, or the ordinance gets scheduled for the next election. So Sensible Cannabis Reform Pontiac informed the city clerk in accordance with that section of the ordinance, section of the charter, 6.404, of their notice of intention to circulate referendum petitions regarding ordinances 2406 and 2407. They submitted 170 signatures with their notice of intention regarding ordinance 2406 and 171 signatures regarding with their notice regarding ordinance 2407. The Office of the City Clerk verified that Sensible Cannabis had submitted at least 100 valid signatures challenging both ordinances 2406 and 2407. 10% of the electors, so there was a little bit of debate, but the numbers from the November 8, 2022 general election, the total number of voters that voted in that election was 14,903. 10% would be 1,490. The November 2nd, 2021 municipal general election, 7,285 voters voted. 10% is 729. So Sensible Cannabis submitted 2,583 petitions challenging ordinance 2406 and 2,563 petitions challenging ordinance 2407. I should go back to point out the date, May 3rd, within the 30 days. So between May 3rd and May 11th, the staff of the clerk's office verified the petition signatures to ensure that there were enough valid signatures to challenge the ordinance. So on May 11th, we completed our verification process, and Sensible Cannabis had submitted over 1,490 valid signatures for both ordinances 2406 and 2407. And here we are today. So I'm simply following the process of the charter and informing you that they have enough valid signatures to challenge the ordinances, so the ordinances would be suspended from taking effect. And then the next step, I see the attorneys have joined us, so they can probably discuss that, but that the council shall either repeal the ordinance in entirety or the ordinance shall be submitted to the voters. So they did not make the deadline for an August election, so it would be for the November election. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for your presentation. Thank you to the clerk's staff who worked through the validation and verification process. And as has been alluded to when the agenda was set, we have received a confidential legal opinion concerning the next steps. And so in a short while, the City Council will hopefully have a very efficient and brief but productive closed session to address those matters. But it is a special presentation. Does Council have any questions of clarification or follow-up for the clerk with what he's presented? He's letting us know at this step of the process, the referendum has, by their deadline laid out in the city's charter, submitted a sufficient number. So now the question becomes, does the City Council repeal it in its entirety or let it roll to the voters to make the verdict come November? So we can assess more legal implications based on the confidential memorandum in closed session in a short while. I see a hand from Councilman Nicholson.
So it sounds like there's a group that's organized and has some supporters and funding behind it. What would happen if it does go to the November election and also this group puts out a ballot initiative? Would there still be time for there to be two questions on the ballot, or how would that work?
So if I understand your question correctly, yes, there is time enough for the November ballot if someone wanted to put a referendum separate from this on the ballot. And if you remember, that's what happened when medical was adopted. There were multiple ballot initiatives.
Yeah, so, but it seemed that with those, there was a consistency between the language and how they would override each other per whichever got the highest vote.
Right. The way that the charter is written, the ordinance that receives the highest number of yes votes is the ordinance that's adopted. So that's how we ended up with the medical ordinance with 20 provisions.
So they would submit language for the same ordinance number, so it would be 206, 207, and our question would be about the same ordinances, and whichever got the highest amount of votes.
No, this would be ordinances 24, 06, and 07 would be submitted for like a yes or no vote, but nothing precludes from another referendum saying whatever, we only want 5, for example, facilities being in essence on the ballot.
I'll yield to the mayor.
But I'll defer to the.
Mayor Grimal, it's been yielded to you.
Well, I think a distinction needs to be made between the term referendum and the term initiative. So I think as I understand what Clerk Doyle is saying, he's saying that if a referendum on what council has already passed goes on the ballot, it would not preclude an initiative to pass a new, different ordinance written by special interest marijuana companies. Is that accurate?
That's correct. So there could be, again, multiple referendums, initiatives, ballot questions, for a lack of better words.
Pro Tem Carrington.
I'm gonna pass, actually.
Further discussion on this special presentation? Thank you, Clerk Doyle, and again, thank you to the clerk staff for your thorough work. We are now at recognition of elected officials. Are there any current elected officials representing our city wishing to speak on their position? Seeing none, we're at agenda address. 2-minute opportunity for attendees to speak on items on this evening's agenda.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. Tonight, we actually gonna have agenda address, then I'm gonna go into public comment tonight. Dr. Deidre Waterman.
You want to hit the button at the bottom? Yep.
That's striking news after all the time and attention the city has gone into marijuana, first medical marijuana and then recreational marijuana, adult use marijuana. For years now, this is striking that this is happening. So I guess that's why you're going into closed session to see what is the best option for the city of Pontiac. But whatever happens, I hope the council will hold true to what you were trying to do. Number one, we went through so many town halls for medical marijuana. And the one thing all the citizens said was, do not put these in the neighborhoods. So, we came to you and petitioned for that not to happen, and you did make some changes so that the one that was supposed to go to a daycare center did not happen. I don't know what the intention is of the people who are filing the referendum, but it looks like it's going to be determined by the will of the people. So we shall see what happens. But I hope that continues to hold true, and I hope you continue, Council, to hold by the fact that the community benefits which are granted under these applications are now something that you will decide what is the standard for that, and they won't be, as one judge says, arbitrary and capricious, like she indicated in one of the suits that was brought against the city for the medical marijuana. So that's what I would like to say about that, And it is unfortunate in the city of Pontiac where marijuana was brought in by supposedly one vote, although the real story is that when the recount was tried, we couldn't do a recount or the canvassers because the ballots hadn't been closed properly, so they couldn't even do the recount. So we never really knew what the real will of the people was. But anyway, we went ahead and decided, even by one vote, we wanted to pair the people, and that's why I worked with council and others to make sure we had, I think we had 25 different town halls to inform people about what medical marijuana meant coming into the city of Pontiac and how to prepare the applications.
Thank you, Dr. Waterman. Mr. Chuck Johnson. Okay. At this time, public comment. Pastor Kathy.
I wanted to take a page out of Mr. Bass's book from last week and apologize to the council and the mayor for something that I misunderstood, thinking it was for Galloway Park and it's for Hawthorne Park, and I wanted to make it clear that I understand the difference now, and how excited I am about the plans for Galloway. We've worked a long time on that, and it's exciting to see that they listened to the people. There were a lot of suggestions and a lot of ideas, and so often that's where it ends. But these people actually listened, and they've come up with plans that incorporated a lot of what we asked for. And so I'm very excited and very pleased.
Thank you. At this time, Dr. Deidre Waterman.
The public comment I wanted to make was related to, and I don't know what number it is on the budget, but the budget amendment you have for the purchase of real property in tune of $300 and some thousand. That looks like that is the purchase of McCarroll School that you announced recently. You had been successful in negotiating. If that is, then just a couple questions. When the council before you did consider opening the youth center, they also set aside $3 million for other purchase or other, and I'm wondering where that's going. Are you still including that in the budget? And also, McCarroll School, as you know, there have been discussions about that. That was actually the third choice we had, the other council and I, when we were deciding about where to put the youth center, because that's one of the things we promised people, and I certainly promised people as I was elected mayor, that I wanted to establish another youth center. And so we were able finally to find a site that the council and I agreed upon. Wisner School was our first choice. It was yours. That wasn't available. Second choice was Gulf Drive. And Gulf Drive is a site that was used. It was originally going to be purchased by the council. They decided their minds later, but they did leave that $3 million in for the purchase of the facility. So I just wondered if that's going to be there now. And discussions about the youth center over the last year or so. The mayor has also talked about being a youth center, although he closed the one I opened, thinking he had a plan, but now the plan is to do McCarroll School. How long is it going to take to rehabilitate that school? Or, as he has promised other speakers at other meetings, that he was going to build it new and build a swimming pool. So has anybody estimated how much that's going to take and how long it's going to take? In the meantime, our children don't have their own youth center, which is one thing people wanted when they passed the millage. The millage that we're still paying, the millage, and it looks like you've got it on to have it re-upped. But it was nice to have a youth center. It would be nice to have a plan for that, so that people have a site. And the site that we picked for 820 Gulf Drive, which decided not to purchase and which the mayor closed down, I just went by there the other day, and there's another school that has purchased this. It's a Montessori Crystal Lake, and they've turned it into a wonderful facility. So it's a 55,000 square feet. It's closed. It's not available to our children. I hope something is fairly soon, but I just wanted to let you know that that school has been used now as a school by others.
Thank you. Ms. Darlene Clark, and then Ms. Gloria Miller.
Good afternoon, council, mayor, deputy mayor, and clerk. I'm speaking as a resident. My name is Darlene Clark. My concern is, to many in Pontiac, it's the same concern. First, I want to say thank you, Mr. Carrington. Your park looked really nice for the Mother's Day weekend. A lot of mothers that I know, especially my family, was really glad that it looked as nice as it did. But I want to bring to your attention, I know, Mayor, that you and the council are trying to do with lawn equipment and all that. But when a child is on vacation or even come home from school, in order to help lift the spirit, their environment too has to be uplifted. Pontiac is their environment. A lot of the parks that we have today, and I know you're focusing on one park, but the care of the parks that we have, especially around the holiday, is atrocious. The grass, the island in the middle of the boulevard is atrocious, along both boulevards actually, and around the neighborhood. If it's possible, and again, I do understand that you're just beginning to get your own equipment, but understand holidays like Mother's Day, Easter's, they like to have some stability considering that the roads alone is terrible to come by. So with the roads being as bad as they are on every street in the city of Pontiac, in every neighborhood, in every district, is it possible that we can work together in the council? If the mayor cannot get those grass cut through however his program is, can the council fork over some money out their budget to at least cut around the holidays? We have Memorial Day coming up, which is a holiday for kids to be home playing. We have the 4th of July, which is for the kids to play outside and play with their little toys. Please look into that as being an alternative when the mayor can't do that. Our district council can take in the budget to hire someone to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Ms. Miller?
Good evening. The first thing I want to mention is it took 1 year and 5 months. Actually, today is my mother's birthday, so I should remember this, that you, the council, finally listened to the people. Maybe they'll start coming back and they can speak now, and they don't have to sit here all night because they come first. It's all about the people. And there's a lot of people that want to come down and address issues, but the meeting lasts too long, and they have to go home. Thank God I don't have that, and I could stay all night if I want to, but it's not even about me. It's about the residents. Me too, you know, Mayor, former Mayor, you hit something that I came down tonight to speak on too. These are questions for the mayor and perhaps even the council. The $3 million that we left for the community center, where is that? The $100,000 that I left for animal ordinance, which you never did incorporate an animal ordinance. What did you end up doing with that? Reason I ask you this is because, you know, that is millage money. And as of right now, we have nowhere where you can say you can go there and say, this is recreation. They got a staff. We got places all over the city that we rented stuff. You know, and I don't have no problem with Carol. But I think big, and I think big of my community, the people I grew up with, all you guys in here. Why in the heck we can't have a new community center? We left $3 million to start with. We could find someone to match that with. Now, Mayor, former Mayor, Ms. Waterman, I have to say, you tried to find a place. We turned you down, true, because we felt it wasn't good enough for the city. I always kept saying, I only express what I want for someone, what I want. I want the best. I want the best. And I think that our community deserves the best. Where is that community center? Right now, yeah, we got programs going on, but our kids is running rampant. My granddaughter plays sports. She's all over Michigan. They have a facility. When are we going to get one? When are we going to get one? Where's that money going? Where's that $100,000 for the animal ordinance? And by the way, Mayor, are you going to do an animal ordinance because it's getting ready to get summer again? Also, I want to mention, you know, Ms. Clark had mentioned about the grass cutting, but I'm going to have to say this real quickly. Turtle. E, we get an E. I drove around the city. It was embarrassing. I'm glad my family didn't come visit me for holiday, but they come in Memorial Day. Please cut the grass. Mayor, also, I got one more question for you. You know, I know you had a meeting with GERS and CPRA, and I'm part of GERS and whatever you had last week. Would you please, in your closing comments, mention what happened, what is the status of it, and why isn't the members invited to these meetings? Why are they secret? That's all I want to know. Thank you, and have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That concludes our agenda address and public comment. President McGinnis.
Were there any members of the public that, all right, take the microphone. Take the microphone.
Good evening, residents of the city of Pontiac. I'm coming here to state my concerns. I'm a small business in the city of Pontiac. I have a junk removal company. I've been serving the city for over 6 years, the residents in the city, the elderly, helping them do things that they can't do themselves. And one of the biggest problems that I've seen is excess trash all through the city, on the curbs, in people's houses, people's driveways. And those issues lead to bigger issues with rodents, waste, and things like that. So I wanted to see what could we do to combat that, to clean our city up. I drive from city to city every day doing jobs, and their cities is clean. And it don't cost money to clean up the city, to pick up trash. Even the waste management, the waste management company that's being used now, GFL, when they pick up trash, Whatever don't go in the truck, if it fall on the ground, they don't pick it up. It could be trash day, and it still look like trash need to be picked up. So as a small business, I'm trying to see what can I do to help, or what can we do as a community to help keep the community clean? Because it's very disheartening to go 5 minutes either way outside of Pontiac, and it's a different scenery. Sometimes I be like, why do our city look? You could tell when you come to Pontiac. You could tell when you drive down Woodward, drive down Telegraph, 5 minutes any other way. So as a city, there's a lot of stuff going on, but we could start with keeping our own yard clean. And that's all I had to say.
Well, thank you, sir.
Any
And
further?
what is your name, sir, for the record?
My name is Jerome Moore with Certified Property Management.
Jerome Moore?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. That concludes our, is someone else coming up?
How y'all doing? My name is Thunder Carr by Miles Ill. Just call me Thunder. I just had to get all that name out. But just call me Thunder for short. My time's still running? Okay, okay, there we go. Okay, hi, my name is Thunder Carr by Miles Ill. Just call me Thunder. I am a resident in District 7 and a business owner in the city of Pontiac. Pontiac, where I went to school, elementary school, junior high school, and high school. Parents were public servants to the city of Pontiac for years within the school board and city council. My primary objective tonight is to introduce myself as well as my company, Car by Cargo Environmental Industries. We offer services such as recycling, junk removal, waste removal, and more. Within the city of Pontiac, my services can be used in various areas, which I just heard tonight. For example, illegal dumping within the city limits, which is a city code violation, tree and shrub removal due to weather and or old trees simply falling in roadways and sidewalks, just to name a few opportunities. To conclude, my company, Car by Cargo, has been in business since 2016 and has employed citizens of Pontiac, both homeowners looking for work and students from both middle school and high school. This is my attempt to engage with the city leaders on the various opportunities that exist today, as well as being a partner in making Pontiac a greater economic hub for the people who are organically Pontiac. And that's it. Have a great day. Oh, my phone number? Oh, my phone number is 248-875-9138. My website is Car by Cargo. That's KAHRABACARGO .com. I also have social media presence, Car by Cargo, Facebook, Instagram, stuff like that. Not on me at the moment. Yeah. 248-875-9138. And the reason and let me say this real quick. The reason why I had to bring up the illegal dumping, because I spoke to the city about an illegal dumping site, and the response was GFL is the one who does that. And I haven't done a lot of research on GFL. I know I am a head vendor for GFL, Republic, Waste Management, and mostly every disposal company within Michigan. I do mostly only commercial work, but I've been trying to get more of a residential presence. Me and a bunch of citizens of Pontiac High School, junior high, and just individuals, they helped me with a project over in Novi, Michigan, at 12 Oaks Mall, where we had to clear out the old Sears building. So, we have the capacity, we have the workforce, we have the equipment, we have the resources, and me and my business partner and other business partners of mine just want the opportunity to get those opportunities that exist. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hearing no further requests for public comment, we're now at discussion item. Councilman Goodman regarding smart service.
Yeah, so I'd like to bring to everyone's attention, including my colleagues, the current public hearings that SMART is holding across Oakland County. Give me 2 seconds to pull up what I'm looking for. And they are doing multiple different service changes, 2 of which affect the city of Pontiac, that I'd like to highlight. The first of which being the possible modification of the 790 crosstown route, which, God, I need to be able to zoom in on this. It would have a few different changes that would be eliminating service along parts of Updike leading down to Auburn, as well as leading into downtown Auburn Hills, but they would be adding new sections of it going from Amazon up Updike towards University to the University, down Squirrel to OCC, and then down to Auburn, and then to what would be, I think, Meyer. So there would be some modifications in that. If these are not finalized yet, these are public hearings. So if you'd like to, add comment on that, I'll give that information when I'm done giving the possible changes. But the reason why I really want to bring this to everyone's attention is the other proposed service change for the city, which would be the discontinuing of Saturday service for the 796 Perry Updike route. Now, Smart says that this is because of low ridership for this route on Saturday. And this would be, again, the potential elimination of service from what would be the Phoenix Center, up Perry to Walton Boulevard, from there down to down Square to OU, down University to the other side of OU, down Updike, Featherstone to Amazon, and then down Updike, Auburn, MLK to South Boulevard and Center Point Parkway. And I bring that up again to mention that while these things have not happened yet, they're currently holding public hearings about these route changes. And as a city that had a whole thing with public transit not that long ago, if no one remembers, when Auburn Hills tried to opt out of SMART, and that created an entire thing where now we have an Oakland County transit millage that we all put money into to make sure that we get, at least in my opinion, expanded services and more reliable transportation. So I obviously have a strong concern with the any decrease in routes in the city of Pontiac after all that work. And I also think it'd be important not only for the people who have to use those routes, which one could be eliminated altogether for Saturday, which I know would affect people who have jobs along that route who use public transit for that the same way that I did. In addition to the possible changes that would redirect the route, and that would definitely affect some people's, again, coming and goings from work.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion on this discussion item? Thank you, Councilman Goodman, yet again.
If there is anyone of my colleagues who is also concerned about this, and I know, Mayor, I'd like to talk to you a little bit more afterwards about, possibly discussing this in more in depth to hopefully not have SMART not cut any service in the city. So I'd like to discuss that more, but that's all.
Any further discussion? All right, with that, we are now, is there a motion to adopt the resolution to proceed in closed session to consider and discuss the confidential legal opinion concerning the ordinance referendum process?
Moved by Carrington.
It's been moved by Council Pro Tem Carrington, supported by Councilman Parker. Any discussion on the motion? This is proceeding pursuant to Section 8H of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268, subsection H, to review and discuss the confidential attorney-client memorandum dated May 16, 2023, concerning legal issues in connection with the ordinance referendum process. As alluded to earlier, it is not our intention to make this a very exhaustive closed session. We have many important and time-sensitive items that we also want to make sure we get to as soon as possible. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution to go into closed session. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford. Abstain.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis. Yes.
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 That motion carries. We will be in closed session as of 7:44 p.m.
head of marketing at a ketchup company about to use Grammarly to handle a tight deadline.
some snacks in that.
Could I please have a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Support.
Order in the chambers. There is a motion from Councilman Nicholson with a second from Councilman Parker that we move to come out of closed session. Roll call on the motion to come out of closed session. Clerk Doyle. Order in the chambers.
I can't hear you. Can you say that again?
Order in the chambers. Clerk Doyle, roll call.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yeah.
7 yeas, no nays. 7 yeas.
All right, we are out of closed session at 8:48 PM. Thank you very much for your endurance. Could I please have a motion to suspend the rules to immediately take up the reconsideration of the two ordinances that were subject to city referendum
So moved.
petition?
Support.
It's been moved by Nicholson, seconded by, I believe it was Councilman Parker. This is a motion to suspend the rules. Essentially, we are about to vote on something that wasn't on the agenda that was already adopted. So we are suspending a rule so that way we can take up the matter now and satisfy the parameters of the city's charter. With that, hearing no discussion, roll call on the motion to suspend the rules, meaning we'll be able to take that matter up now. That's fine. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Abstain.
Carrington.
Yes.
6 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, the motion to suspend the rules for that specific purpose is passed. So what we are now going to do, per the constraints of the city charter, the referendum petition receiving the sufficient number of signatures, 2 ordinances are suspended, and we now, as is called for in the city's charter, immediately reconsidering those 2 ordinances, which is 2406 and 2407. Is there a motion to repeal ordinance 2406?
So moved. Support.
It has been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington, to repeal ordinance 2406. All right, so that is now before us, and to refresh the community's understanding, this is in terms of adult use marijuana business ordinance that was thoroughly reviewed and debated on behalf of the people of Pontiac for approximately 6 months, thorough feedback, thorough public hearings, and a very thorough document that ensured that the residents, the businesses, and the overall health of the community was taken into account with the well-crafted ordinance 2406. So per the constraints of the city charter, we are following the process, and the question now is, will this city council, prompted by those signatures gathered, repeal the ordinance? Is everyone clear on the motion before us? Again, the motion is 2406. Will it be repealed? Your yes vote repeals it, your no vote maintains it, and then we'll discuss the steps that come next from that. Is everyone clear on the motion before us? Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the motion to repeal ordinance 2406, prompted by the circulation of referendum petitions. Clerk Doyle.
James,
No.
McGinnis,
No.
Nicholson,
No.
Parker,
No.
Rutherford, Carrington,
No.
Goodman.
No.
0 yeas, 6 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, with that, the motion to repeal that ordinance fails, which means that it is still the ordinance that was adopted for the city of Pontiac. It does remain suspended per the petition gathered and valid petitions submitted, and will now go on to a future election for the voters of Pontiac to make that decision. Have I represented and reflected where we are in the process and the impact of this vote outcome, Clerk Doyle? All right. Again, prompted by the referendum petitions that were submitted for the second ordinance, Ordinance 2407, again related to adult use marijuana, but it's regarding the zoning ordinances and the zoning text amendment that was thoroughly considered. Is there a motion to repeal Ordinance 2407?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
It has been moved by Pro Tem Carrington and seconded by Councilman Goodman for us to consider the repeal of Ordinance 2407. That motion is now before us. Again, for our neighbors' benefit, this is required by our city charter. It states that if a sufficient number of signatures are submitted to prompt a referendum on an ordinance adopted, we must immediately reconsider it. So we are reconsidering this council action, and the motion now before us is, will the ordinance that was previously adopted and has by these petition submissions been suspended, shall it be repealed? If you vote yes, you are saying yes to repeal Ordinance 2407. If you say no, you say no, you wish to remain it in effect, that adopted ordinance from last month will remain the city ordinance. Is there any further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing no further discussion and understanding that council members are clear on the question before us, roll call on adoption of the motion to repeal Ordinance 2407, the marijuana adult use zoning ordinance enacted last month. Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis.
No.
Nicholson.
No.
Parker.
No.
Rutherford. Carrington.
No.
Goodman.
No.
James.
No.
0 yeas, 6 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, with that, the motion fails. So as with the previous ordinance, Ordinance 2407, which enacted adult use marijuana zoning ordinances, remains the city's ordinance. However, it is presently suspended, prompted by the provisions in the city's charter. And that will be suspended until a verdict by the voters of the city of Pontiac at a future election. Anything further that we need to state on the process, Clerk Doyle? So with that, we have fulfilled the city council's obligation. The city charter says that we must immediately, and we did it super immediately, give that verdict on the reconsideration. So with that, the regular rules are resumed. That motion to suspend the rules expires for that specific purpose. Is there a motion on the resolution to approve the first reading of stormwater control ordinance amendment?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Goodman, seconded by Councilwoman Rutherford. This is amending Article 3, Division 1, General Provisions to amend Section 118 through 25, to amend Division 2, Applicability, to add Section 118-63, to amend Section 6, Long-Term Maintenance, to amend Section 118-109, and to amend Division 8, Compliance and Enforcement, to add Section 118-155. Administration, we give the floor to you. This is an ordinance change, so first reading, and it will have at least 2 readings. Mayor Greimel.
Thank you very much, President McGinnis. I'm going to turn this item over to Deputy Mayor Stevens to walk us through the details.
Thank you, Mayor. The Director of DPW and the City Engineer are here for this item.
Sorry.
Good evening. This is a amendment to our stormwater ordinance, and I'm going to let Shannon Filarecki, our city engineer, speak to you about it.
Good evening. So as part of the Federal Clean Water Act, there's a requirement that you have an NPDES permit, or National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit. And as part of that, one of the new requirements from the state of Michigan is that you need to enact a stormwater ordinance that complies with all of the state's guidelines. Apparently, this was supposed to have been enacted I think the deadline that the state had set was February of this year, but they've given us an allowance to get it completed by the end of this month. So that's why you have it in front of you. It's actually an entirely new ordinance, so it would be Article 4 of your existing Code of Ordinances, and then will be rolled into the engineering design standards as well. That'll be in front of you when you do your second reading, since the design standards are not an ordinance.
Love it.
I would, also the packet that's in front of you that you received on your chair this evening that Director Cooley placed on your seats, it was a numbering change. The text of the ordinance is identical to what was published, but in having a discussion with the city attorney last week, or yesterday evening, we found that the numbering system that had originally been set up was contradictory to what you already have on the books. So she basically just changed the numbers and added a 3 in front of it. So everything starts at the 300s. So this will now be Article 4, starting with Section 300 and running through. So everything else is the same.
All right, so this is our first reading. Again, our ordinances must have 2 readings, so we will have another bite at the apple. It's our intention to put this stormwater baby to bed this month, as indicated that the state is providing. How would you describe this change in one elevator pitch?
In one elevator pitch, it's just working to make sure that you have rules and regulations on the books to ensure clean water getting into your watersheds, your lakes, your rivers, your streams.
Who would most be impacted by this? Would it be developers of new projects, would you
Yes.
say? All right.
Mm-hmm. Redevelopment of existing projects, if they're increasing the imperviousness, would also be impacted. They'd have to do some preliminary stormwater. In the past, people would develop and put the water directly into the storm sewer with no pretreatment. Now we require pretreatment to remove solids, grease, oil, fertilizers, and to cool the temperature of the water before it reaches the rivers.
Love it. Discussion on this first reading. Again, it'll be before us next week as well. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on the adoption of the resolution to approve the first reading of the Stormwater Control Ordinance Amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington. Oh, sorry, left. Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. It has been read for a first time. Thank you very much for your time this evening. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the first reading of a zoning text amendment to amend Chapter 2, Site Plan Review, and to amend 6.202D and Section 6.208, Required Information to amend Table 17?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
Moved by Nicholson, seconded by Parker. Again, this is a first reading. Let's read it. Administration. Yes, ma'am.
I thought this was being removed.
Did it get removed? I wasn't here during the first part of the meeting.
Yep, I believe Deputy Mayor Stevens can speak to that.
Okay.
So Councilwoman Rutherford is partially correct. This item number 7 is a tag-along item to number 6, which you just approved, but the wrong information was included under item number 7, so we're going to have to bring the correct information to you next week.
So help me out. What's that mean? As in, we should consider this
Postpone.
an aborted? Okay. Motion to postpone this for 1 week.
Move.
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman to postpone for 1 week. We all clear on that? Hearing no further discussion. Roll call on postponement for 1 week. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We'll be back at it next week. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution advocating for the enactment of the Crown Act legislation by the state of Michigan?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman. Elevator's speech. This is something that the state of Michigan is considering to ensure the prevention of hair-based discrimination that often disproportionately impacts people of color and African Americans specifically in our state and around the country. 20 states have enacted this legislation. It's under consideration by Michigan's legislature. Both our state senator and state representative co-sponsor this legislation, and we are adding our voices in support, as was raised at a previous recent city council meeting. Any further discussion? Councilman Goodman.
The only thing I'd like to add is, as a council that is made up of a majority of people of color, many of which who have some form of hair attached to their head, many of which shows in a very natural context that unfortunately employers like to make an issue out of. The fact that there have been times where colleagues in different jobs before this have been told that they have to cut their hair or change hairstyles simply because of the feelings of white people. Let's just be fully transparent. As a person who sits before you who was told multiple times that I should probably cut my hair before running for office, which is a manifestation of that same hair discrimination that applies to a lot of black people, not just women, but everyone who has some form of love for their natural hair texture. So I'm very happy to see us, jumping on this as well.
Any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, speakers list exhausted. Roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes?
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life of Kenny Core?
So moved.
It has been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Parker. That item is now before us. I give the floor to Councilman Rutherford to read the resolution.
Good evening. Pontiac City Council resolution honoring the life of Mr. Kenny Core. Whereas the city of Pontiac, Michigan has had the privilege to have many exemplary community members over the decades whose hard work and dedication contribute to the quality of life in Pontiac and who help their fellow citizens in need. And whereas Mr. Kenny Earl Big Fun Core, often referred to as Kenny Core, was a longtime resident of Pontiac who also grew up in this community, and whereas Mr. Core was a dynamic personality and a creative soul who served the city of Pontiac poet lecturer over years over. And whereas it was poignantly written by Mr. Quincy Stewart II in describing Mr. Core that his personality and spirit are deeply rooted in the soul of this little town, and that his poem chronicled our city history. And whereas Mr. Core passed away on May the 10th, 2023, at the age of 72, which is a tremendous loss for our community, his family, his friends, his neighbors, and his colleagues. Now, therefore, be resolved at the Pontiac City Council, Pontiac Mayor Tim Grimal, and the entire city of Pontiac hereby mourns the passing of Mr. Kenny Core. And further resolve that the City Council expresses our deepest gratitude for Mr. Core's dedicated service to our city and to the citizens of Pontiac, whose lives were enriched because of his willingness to serve, to lead, and to bring people together. And further resolve, the City Council, and in the entire community, remember his work, his personality, his spirit, and his willingness to help others. And further resolve, we extend our deepest sympathy to his family, his friends, and his colleagues. On May the 6th, 2023, the Pontiac City Council.
Thank you very much, and truly a dynamic presence in our city that will be very missed. Any further discussion on the motion before us? Mayor Grimal.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do a lot of these resolutions, too many of these resolutions, because they commemorate the passing of loved residents here in the city. But this loss really hurts. It hurts me personally. I know it hurts a lot of people in the community because Kenny was really a legend here in Pontiac. And I knew Kenny for over 20 years, and just a really dear friend to me for a long time. And it's just a real loss. I mean, the poet laureate of Pontiac, as he was often known, just a genuinely kind, fun-loving person with a great sense of humor and a true concern for everyday people. And you're going to be missed, Kenny, because you've been an amazing and integral part of the fabric of the city for a really, really long time. and leaves a big hole here.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
Mr. Core was a District 1 resident, but he wasn't just that. He was a person that his yes was his yes and his no was his no, and there was no in between. And he did not apologize for the words he used when it sometimes inspired anger or change or made us question our authenticity in the services that we do working for the city of Pontiac. The best thing I remember about Mr. Core is there's a poem when you walk down in the city hall. If you look right in the corner to the left, that's his poem about the city of Pontiac. People oftentimes forget our true heroes are not given a place where they're remembered for their greatness, and he was great. I personally want to thank and just ask that we keep Jessica and Jennifer and his daughters in prayer as long as with his wife, and that we as a city show up and show out for his funeral and his family hour, because he showed up and showed out for the city of Pontiac. And so I just ask that we all be there if we can, or send a word of encouragement, because this man was great, and it's a greatness that he brought to the city, and he will be truly missed. That's it.
Any further discussion? Roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life of Dr. Calandra Anderson Green?
Moved by Carrington.
Support.
Moved by Carrington, seconded by Rutherford. That motion is now before us, and we give the floor to Councilman Parker to read the resolution.
Thank you, Brother President. Pontiac City Council resolution honoring the life of Dr. Calandra Anderson Green. Whereas the city of Pontiac, Michigan has been privileged to have many exemplary community members over the decades whose hard work and dedication contributed to the quality of life in Pontiac and who helped their fellow citizens in need. And whereas Dr. Calandra Anderson Green was a resident of Pontiac who also grew up in this community and who served as the barrier-breaking Oakland County Health Director since 2022, taking an active lead on many local public health initiatives. And whereas through the decades, Dr. Green served in public health leadership roles with the Oakland County Health Department in Pontiac, with McLaren Oakland Hospital in Pontiac, with the North Oakland Medical Center in Pontiac, and whereas Dr. Green was a warm, caring, thoughtful, and dedicated person, and whereas Dr. Green's life was prematurely cut short, which is a tremendous loss to our community, her family, her friends, her neighbors, and to her past and present colleagues in the public health field and medical community. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Pontiac City Council, Pontiac Mayor Tim Grimal, and the entire city of Pontiac hereby mourns the passing of Dr. Calandra Anderson Green, and further resolved, the City Council expresses our deepest gratitude for Dr. Green's dedicated service to our city and to the citizens of Pontiac, whose lives were enriched because of her willingness to serve, to lead, and to heal. And further resolve, the City Council and the entire community will remember her work, her personality, her spirit, and her willingness to help others. And further resolve, we extend our deepest sympathies to her family, friends, and colleagues. Signed by the Pontiac City Council, Pontiac, Michigan, May 16, 2023.
Thank you, Councilman Parker. Discussion. Councilman Nicholson.
This is a tremendous loss. As a resident of District 2, her reach was so broad, and her impact was really heavy, especially here in our downtown with our harm and risk reduction facility. She brought her staff in to my restaurant many times and was just a presence and such a motivating factor for public health, and even specifically within the LGBT community. She really supported a lot of the initiatives of getting out vaccines and supporting communities that were disproportionately affected by COVID. You know, she really was a huge star in the public health space, and the impact is immediate, and the horror that we share with her passing is felt, I think, across the entire city.
Amen. Other discussion. Mayor Grimal.
Yeah, this one's really tough as well. It's hard on several levels. On the one hand, we were all, I think, very proud of the fact that we had one of Pontiac's own serving as the leader of the Oakland County Health Department. And she was really doing a phenomenal job in that capacity, someone who really was very forward-thinking, somebody who really wanted to make sure that the health of everybody in Oakland County was prioritized. And, you know, that hasn't always been the case with leaders in the health area. And so she was near and dear to, I think, everyone's heart here in the city because of her leadership at the county level. Of course, the circumstances of this are just horrific. It's a horrible and horrific tragedy. And then on a personal level, I got to know her a little bit on a personal level nearly 2 years ago because a dear friend of mine, Loretta Coleman, was being cared for by Calandra, by Dr. Green, while my friend Loretta was dying and in hospice. And so Dr. Green really is that rare individual who has both a great mind and was brilliant, but also had a great heart and really cared about people both on the individual level, but also on the systemic and societal level. And it's just a real shame and a real waste of an incredibly talented and caring leader in our community.
Councilwoman Rutherford.
The mayor took every word that I was going to say, but I want to talk about something we oftentimes don't give people their flowers when they're here. And what I mean by that is her leadership during COVID saved so many people's lives. She made people who were resistant to getting the shot take the shot. She made people feel because in our community, it wasn't done, in my opinion, with any compassion until you talked to her. She would be at churches saying, it's okay, because you would be scared. And you didn't want to take the shot, but she made you feel that you were safe and you would be okay. And I think people need to also talk about, at the end of the day, domestic violence is real. It's happening every day in our city. And this is another example of something that might have been prevented if people had things put in place. And we as a community have to start to talk about domestic violence, not just when a tragedy happens, but before it does. And so again, I ask that you pray for her family, especially her daughter, and pray for the community because she'll be truly missed. Thank you.
Other discussion? We grieve with her family. We grieve with her neighbors in Stonegate and District 2. We grieve with her colleagues. The Oakland County Health Department, in addition to a number of their facilities, is technically located in, of course, it's located in Pontiac, but also that's in District 2. When Pro Tem Carrington and I served on the school board for Pontiac, Dr. Green was a driving force that prevented a lot of outbreaks during the pandemic, not only in our school district, but throughout Oakland County. And the compassion, determination, and genuine kindness that she exhibited on a daily basis in very trying circumstances was greatly commendable. She deserves to be, her name to be resonate for a long time and for the work and positivity that she exuded. She is greatly, greatly missed, and this is but a mere way for us to add and record into the city's history the impact that she had in the community. Any further discussion? Hearing nothing further, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution honoring the life of retired Pontiac Police Captain Michael Miles?
Moved by Carrington. Or support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Carrington. That is now before us. When the Pontiac Police Department was a part of the city and they were city employees, Michael Miles served from the 1960s until his retirement in the 1990s. He, after battling pancreatic cancer, passed away in recent days. He had retired from the city in the 90s and then went on to further law enforcement leadership in other parts of Michigan during his retirement. We send our condolences to his family, his former colleagues, and salute that for decades he helped protect Pontiac residents and Pontiac employees and was the front lines for serving and protecting. We salute his memory, and we thank him as somebody who once worked for the city of Pontiac. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution supporting the Medicare for All Act of 2023?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman. The motion is now before us. It does what the title says. Anything further, Councilman Goodman?
Yeah, just to go over a couple of the whereases that make why this is so important. Whereas rationing healthcare in the U.S., according to the ability to pay, has diminished the overall health of our citizens to the point that the U.S. ranks 35th in the world in health outcomes, and even worse in infant mortality and life expectancy, yet ranks first in healthcare costs. Whereas the Medicare for All Act of 2023 will guarantee that all people living in Pontiac will be fully covered for healthcare without paying premiums, deductibles, copays, and other out-of-pocket expenses. Be provided lifelong coverage for doctor's visits, major medical treatments, prescription drugs, vision, dental, mental health, in-home, and institutional rehabilitative long-term medical care, and would slash the cost of bureaucracy, protect doctor-patient relationships, and ensure patients a free choice of doctors. Whereas Pontiac's most recent Congresswoman, Brenda Lawrence, was a co-sponsor of the previous iterations of this bill every term since her election to Congress. And whereas in Michigan, as throughout our country, Black, Latino, and Indigenous people suffer from significant healthcare disparities compared to their white counterparts, including but not limited to higher rates of being uninsured, of poor and of fair health status, chronic diseases, significantly higher preterm births, maternal and infant mortality, and overall mortality. People of color have been hospitalized at higher rates due to COVID-19, and those same communities of color would see reductions in the aforementioned healthcare disparities by having access to high-quality universal healthcare that is provided by the Medicare for All Act of 2023. To not keep reading directly from it, I think we all here recognize the massive importance that it means to give people real healthcare. To give people the opportunity to live in dignity, not to worry about rationing insulin, not have to worry about rationing any medicine, the ability to be able to call an ambulance in the case of an emergency and not have to worry about driving yourself there to avoid paying additional costs. No one should ever have to worry about going into medical debt to simply be able to continue living. And I very much believe from everything I've gathered from working with my colleagues, as well as the what I would say common sense and statistically backed position of supporting universal healthcare or a universal healthcare system in our country. And I would love for the city of Pine to express its support for that, but not only that, call upon our federal representatives to sponsor and co-sponsor both iterations of this bill in the House and Senate, again, as our previous Congresswoman has. So there we go.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
I just wanted to add that most people in our community who are uninsured go to the emergency room instead of having a doctor that they go to. I know that because in the capacity that I serve as community outreach and enrollment specialist at the wellness plan, where a majority of people don't know that if you go to a FQHC, you can actually go be seen for free. And so I think this is empowering people to take their health and everything else in their hands. And I just look forward to seeing, the administration and us as a council unify and say that we need to have Medicare for all. So that's all I got.
Thank you. Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker. Oh, sorry. Rutherford.
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
Yes.
McGinnis. 6 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to
moved.
authorize the city clerk to publish the proposed budget amendment?
So moved, but I have a question.
Rutherford moves.
Support.
Goodman seconds. This is for the current budget year, increasing the budget appropriation for GL account 445-451-974.004-0, speed humps and signage, $599,200. Decrease the budget appropriation in the following: GL account 445-451-974.055, to be determined road, $504,000. This is just authorizing the clerk to publish a proposed budget amendment. It'll be before us in 2 weeks. Before we have discussion, Mayor Grimel, what are we looking at?
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. So obviously this is to fund the long-awaited speed humps that we will be deploying on city streets in order to slow traffic where it has a history of being too fast and dangerous on a number of our local roads. In terms of the budget amendment in particular, I do just want to note that we had originally budgeted approximately $500,000 for speed humps. That was for 21 speed humps. Not surprisingly, in light of the fact that there's a lot of inflation throughout the economy, over the course of the past year, the bid came in higher than $500,000. It's important to note that the bid that came in, which is about $95,000 higher than what we had budgeted for this item, does include one additional speed hump beyond what we had budgeted for. We had budgeted for 21 speed humps a year ago, which is 3 in each of the 7 council districts. We're still doing that, but in addition, we're putting speed humps in Bodette Park. And so this is really for 22 speed humps, and it's approximately $595,000. Director Cooley, anything to add?
No, I think the mayor touched on everything, and just to add to it, it's a location would be the 22nd location, so there are several humps going inside of Bodette Park. It's several different cushions in different areas there.
To the administration, what is the actual timeline that these speed humps will be put in place? I yield to the mayor.
I can answer that. Talking with John Marsh with the purchasing department, Jay Rank, which is the next item on the agenda, is us to talk about the approval of the contract. They are ready to go as soon as the contract's signed and approved. So they'll start installation within, a couple of week timeline of us getting the contract signed and getting them out there working. But they're ready to go as soon as we can get that contract signed.
My follow-up question is, have all the streets in every district's been finalized, and has everyone from council been notified where the speed humps are going to go?
We have, I believe, every location, but there's 2 locations that need some adjustments, main to them, and I'll reach out to those council people that need some adjustments, and that was put within the contract so that the contractor would know that it would be within that district, but there might be a street or 2 moved, and there's only 2 locations that need some adjustments, but all the rest of them have been notified and ready to go.
Okay, I wasn't notified.
It's what was submitted.
Mm-hmm.
So we can loop back on that, just so we can have that refresh, because it's been quite a few months. Yeah. Councilman Goodman? Okay. Any other discussion? So this is authorizing the clerk publish a notice of budget amendment. It'll come back in 2 weeks. Everyone clear on that? Hearing no further discussion, roll call. Clerk Doyle.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Harrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
Motion carries. Resolution approved. Your clerk, you're hereby authorized. Go to town. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the mayor or mayor designee to execute a contract with J Rank Electric, Inc. to provide installation of speed cushions, also referred to as humps, at designated locations throughout the city of Pontiac? Is there a second?
Second by Carrington.
It's been moved by Councilman Parker, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. The motion is now before us. It's related to the item before, but Mayor Grimel, you have the floor.
Well, that's right, Mr. President. So the previous item was to publish the budget amendment to fund this item. This item is the actual contract for the purchase of the speed humps and for their initial installation. Anything to add, Director Goley?
No, outside of, like the mayor said, this is the contract to get the approval for them to do the installation of the speed cushions and then the associated signage that go along with them. There'll be signs on either side of the street stating that there's a speed hump there.
And part of the benefit of having speed humps is that they can be moved if we determine that they're not making much of an impact or there are other streets. Is the intention of Public Works to sort of have them in for a season or, essentially until the winter weather comes and then reassess, or will they be able to remain through the winter season?
They can go either way. We can, the cushions that we're putting in are removable, so they can be removed, or they can stay in permanent. It would be something to where if they were in permanent, we would have to pull the plows up in order to get over top of the humps. We wouldn't be able just to plow over them. But they do afford us the ability to, if this location is not where they need to be, then we can move those locations at a later date.
Councilwoman Rutherford?
So I'll ask the question again, an actual date, like a date when these will be installed. What's the date?
So I can't give you an exact date because once it's approved here by council, then it goes back to the purchasing department. They put the contract together, they get it signed. That's usually about a week's time to get that contract signed and back over to the contractor. And then as soon as he has the contract signed, he states he has a crew ready and waiting to go.
Further discussion? Nicholson?
Just the expediency on this is super important. I mean, especially in Bodett Park, we've got, I'm locking the gates at night, and we're working on getting staff to be able to do that. But when I'm not able, like tonight, I'm not able to be there because I'm here. We've had calls of, drag racing and, the mini bikes going through and tearing up the neighbors are asking because we've been talking about it for a long time. So I'm hoping we can figure out ways to expedite the purchasing process if that's what's holding it up.
We have had the conversations with this contractor that this is an immediate need, and we want them to start just as soon as possible and get these in, and we want to have them in as fast as possible throughout the whole city.
Point of information, we have park staff that can lock up the gates at night, do we not? I yield to the mayor.
We do not yet have park staff that can lock up the gates. We have interviewed 3 individuals, 2 of whom we've made offers to. I believe that we expect them to accept those offers. And then we also are doing continuing interviews. It is our hope to have 4 full-time parks staff and then to have an additional, I believe it's 6 seasonal staff. But they have not all been hired yet.
Further discussion? Councilman Parker.
In lieu of having park staff, can we not ask the sheriff department to lock them?
So I'm going to actually answer that, and then I'm going to preemptively answer a different question that might come up. With the sheriff's office, that discussion did come up, and what was essentially determined was that having the sheriff's office specifically go over there to do that activity would take away from the sheriffs patrolling the community. A preemptive question is, could we not have some other staff do it? And the estimated overtime cost to have a different set of staff do it is approximately, I think, $1,000. Was it $1,000 a month? I mean, $1,000 a week.
Yeah, it's just a little over $1,000 a week to have one of the DPW staff come in on overtime and lock the gate and do it on, open and close it on the weekend as well.
Any further discussion?
I do, but no.
When did the gate get installed in Bodett Park?
Yep, I believe they've been in for about a month and a half now.
Okay. Any further discussion? We're at the approving the mayor does need to execute a contract with J. Rank Electric, Inc. to provide the speed cushions. Further discussion? Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford? Yes. Carrington?
Yes.
Goodman?
Yes.
James?
Yes.
McGinnis?
Yes.
Nicholson?
Yes.
Parker?
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish a proposed budget amendment?
So moved.
It's been moved by Nicholson, second by Parker. That motion is now before us. This is this budget year, GL accounts 101-966-999.445, transfer out to funds 445-751-971.001, land acquisition of real property, $340,739, increase to the estimated revenue in the following GL account, 445-966-699.101, transfer in from Fund 101, and that's $340,739, decrease the fund balance committed in the following GL account, 101-000-393.001, fund balance committed, negative $340,739. Mayor Grimo.
Yeah, thank you, President McGinnis. This item is to provide funding for the acquisition of the McCarroll School site as the future home of a city-owned youth recreation center to provide a base of operations for youth recreation and enrichment programs in the city. I do just want to use this opportunity to correct some misinformation that was shared earlier by members of the public during public comment regarding this agenda item. First, I want to be really clear that the previous mayor had about 5 years, I think, to obtain a real property in the city for purposes of a youth recreation center. Instead, what she ended up doing was leasing a center on the far southwest perimeter of the city at the price tag of $28,000 per month for a facility that was difficult to get to, was not accessible easily for pedestrians, was not on a public transit line, and that was not a particularly impressive or high-quality facility. Moreover, that lease had never been approved by the previous city council, and the previous city council had in fact passed a resolution opposing the leasing of that facility. So the leasing of that facility was in fact illegal by the previous mayor. And so yes, I ended that lease in order to save and conserve money and to make sure that the city was abiding by the law, something that the previous mayor did not have much concern for. I also want to note that these funds that we're allocating are in fact, under this proposed budget amendment, taken from the $3 million in reserved or dedicated fund balance that the previous city council set aside. So when some of the speakers asked what happened to that $3 million, it is still in a dedicated portion of the fund balance, and this proposed budget amendment would utilize some of that funding to acquire the McCarroll site. In addition to that $3 million, City Council has allocated, as our administration recommended, an additional $3 million of ARPA dollars for the future home of the community center, the Youth Recreation and Enrichment Center. So in total, there are approximately $6 million. Of course, we're deducting about $350,000 of that. But nonetheless, we'll have about $5.6, $5.7 million remaining. We expect that the cost of the Youth Recreation Center will exceed that, and so our grants department has actively been pursuing some additional grant opportunities because we do want this to be a state-of-the-art Youth Recreation and Enrichment Center. I want to be clear, as I have been in the past, but there seems to continue to be some individuals who are spreading misinformation that because we're acquiring the McCarroll site, that our plan is something other than new construction. The acquisition of the McCarroll site is about the real estate there. We will demolish potentially all of the existing buildings there, certainly a majority of the existing buildings there, and the majority, if not entirety, of the future Youth Recreation and Enrichment Center will be new construction. Well, that's something that I think all of us have talked openly about and we're dedicated to doing because our young people deserve a state-of-the-art youth recreation facility, just like their neighbors in surrounding communities have, especially after all of these years of going without a youth recreation center that's owned and operated by the city of Pontiac. So we want to take this opportunity to commend our youth recreation manager, Tanisha Taylor, the Youth Recreation Division, for their amazing work in providing robust programming in partnership with the Pontiac School District the past number of months, in partnership with other community partners, including United Wholesale Mortgage and some charter schools in the community as well. But it's very important that we have a permanent city-owned youth recreation center, and that's what this acquisition is about. It's a great location, but the purpose of acquiring the site is about having a centrally located site that is in the middle of the city, east to west, north to south, and very close to some major parks, Oakland Park and Aaron Perry Park, so that there are lots of outdoor recreation facilities available as well. But the plan is to have either entirely new construction or the vast majority of construction be new construction so that our young people have the state-of-the-art youth rec, youth enrichment facility that they deserve.
Further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish that proposed budget amendment. Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
No.
6 yeas, 1 nay.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted, so it'll be back for us in 2 weeks. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to authorize the city clerk to publish the budget amendment to recognize the budget of revenues in the amount of $60,000 for the Amplifund grants system?
So moved.
Moved by Nicholson, seconded by Rutherford. That motion is now before us. Mayor Brimel.
Thank you, President McGinnis. As we have taken on an increasingly innovative and creative and assertive approach to pursuing grants, our grants department is in need of increasingly sophisticated software to properly track and administer those grant dollars. That's especially true since our grants department has been charged with administering the tens of millions of dollars in ARPA dollars, and as our grants department seeks to bring back in-house both CDBG dollars and home funds. And I'm excited to share that we have officially notified in writing the Oakland County CDBG office and have also notified HUD of our desire to bring both of those programs back in-house. And so as our grants department takes on these challenges and the administrative burden of administering tens and tens of millions of dollars of funding, it's very important that they have the tools to do that successfully, efficiently, and capably. And to that end, this proposal would authorize the publishing of a budget amendment to allocate the funds to pay for the Amplifund software. Director Borngesser, have I missed anything?
She says no. Any further discussion? Again, this will be before us in 2 weeks. This is just starting the clock for the budget amendment process. Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption. Clerk Doyle.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
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 No.
Yes.
All right. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the agreement for local fiscal recovery fund distribution between Oakland County and the City of Pontiac for Oakland County Healthy Communities Park and Outdoor Recreation Investment Plan grant in the amount of $500,000?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Support.
It's been moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Councilman Goodman. We are in the home stretch. Mayor and administration.
Yeah, thank you very much, President McGinnis. This is a really exciting opportunity for the city, the Oakland County Commission, together with the Oakland County Parks Commission, understanding that the Oakland County has, for many decades, neglected the recreational needs of older central cities, has embarked on an initiative to try to make sure that they're investing more in those central cities, including Pontiac. This agenda item is simply about an allocation of $500,000 from Oakland County Parks, using, I believe, ARPA dollars, to the city of Pontiac to invest in a park. And it was our proposal to use these funds to invest in Crystal Lake Park, which is the park on the shore of Crystal Lake, of course, immediately west of the old Lakeside Housing Project. This is a park that's long been overgrown and needs a lot of investment. $500,000, we believe, will certainly be a good, effective start to the needed investment there. We will likely need some additional dollars. We're not yet sure just how many additional dollars we'll need, but I'll turn it over to Director Borngesser to talk in greater detail about this.
Thank you, Mayor. This grant program is titled the Healthy Communities Park and Outdoor Recreation Investment Plan Grant through Oakland County. This grant is $500,000 for investment in Crystal Lake Park, which is in Councilwoman Melanie Rutherford's district in District 1. The grant does not have any matching requirements. At this time, the preliminary cost estimate, which was conducted by Noack and Frous and Chad Finley, did come in at the amount of the award, and so we're confident that we can execute the deliverables of the agreement within that budget. Those deliverables include creating a new site plan for the park with waterfront activities, a canoe and kayak launch, restoring and improving the boat launch and lake access site, installing Crystal Lake historical markers, opening the public access at the park, installing new park signs, new benches, picnic tables, a picnic shelter, along with a walking path along the water's edge with mile markers, establishing a natural vegetative buffer at the edge of Crystal Lake to reduce stormwater runoff, and signage and educational signage to discourage residents and park visitors from feeding the wildlife. We will also explore adding additional features and park amenities if budget permits.
Councilman Rutherford.
Good evening. Two-part question. What is the actual timeline that this is going to start and finish? Like a date that it starts and a date that it finishes?
So I don't have a date for you. What happens is we go out to bid, which is required by city ordinance. And so we intend to couple this RFP with the other park redevelopment and revitalization RFPs. We requested that the county allow us to bid these out ourselves so we could oversee this grant award alongside the other ARPA dollars that we've received or that we're programming. So all of this is set to go to bid the second that this agreement is signed. Typically, that takes 4 weeks, and then we'll come back to you with an award for the contract.
Okay, that you just answered. Thank you.
Yep.
Further discussion? Council Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I just want to thank the county for, it's good to see resources coming in from Oakland County into our city. So I definitely like to thank the county. And all the things you mentioned, it's like Crystal Lake Park is going to be one of the best gyms in the city of Pontiac.
I agree.
Okay. All right.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I just want to say thank you, Ms. Borngesser, for taking time away from your family and coming and discussing this with us in person as opposed to sending someone else. We truly appreciate your time that you take away from your family to make sure that we understand everything that needs to be understood about the Grants and Philanthropy Department and what they're doing to make this city better.
Thank you.
Further discussion? So, neighbors of Pontiac, there is a Crystal Lake Park. You would not know it today due to the overgrowth and vegetation. I once tried to do a vigilante cleanup there 5 years ago, and I got poison ivy, so it was slightly cleaner. But just a really amazing asset, not only for Pontiac, but for all of Oakland County. And for us to have this amazing park and to have it be navigable is going to be a big win for all residents of Oakland County, but especially us here in Pontiac. And it just sets the stage for further phases of reclaiming what Mother Nature has claimed of Crystal Lake Park over the decades. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Councilwoman James.
I'm very happy to see that the grant will allow us to reopen Crystal Lake, which is, again, one of the most beautiful parks in the city. But originally, I thought that there was supposed to be some water studies done as a part of this grant, but I didn't hear you mention anything. Is there going to be any kind of water studies or?
So that's actually a separate award.
Was that a separate? Okay.
Yep. So about a year ago, we received some resources from Consumers Energy as a major gift. It was not a grant award. It was just traditional philanthropy that totaled $30,000 to invest in clean water initiatives in Crystal Lake. And so we will do some work around that. But these two items, because this is ARPA money, it can't be bid out together.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Is it going to occur, though, concurrently?
That's my hope.
Okay.
Councilor Rutherford, just want to salute you for your leadership and advocacy for Crystal Lake Park, and I am jealous that it's in your council district. All right, with that, any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve the agreement for local fiscal recovery fund distribution between Oakland County and the City of Pontiac for Oakland County Healthy Communities Park and Outdoor Recreation Investment Plan Grant in the amount of $500,000. Clerk Doyle.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Yes.
No, yes.
Yes.
Do you want to vote on that, Nicholson? It's a landslide, a clean sweep for District 1 progress. All right, that motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the purchase of desktop personal computers and monitors for the
So
50th
moved.
District?
Support.
Moved by Councilman Rutherford, seconded by Pro Tem Carrington. Mayor Grimal, administration.
Yeah, this is fairly straightforward, but I'll have Deputy Mayor Stevens provide some additional information along with our IT. Yeah, thank you.
King of IT.
King of IT, yes. Network engineer is the official title. So take it away, Cody.
Yeah, so thank you for having me here today. Like I said, my name is Cody McPhee. I'm the network engineer for the City of Pontiac. Recently, the 50th District Court reopened to the public, and with that, we've noticed a slew of issues relating to the age of the hardware. Most of the computers that they're using are 6 to 8 years old, and we're starting to see issues with things like hard disk failing, and it is just making it difficult for them to work. Things like 5-minute issues that would normally take us to troubleshoot can go on for 20 to 30 minutes just because of the slowness of these machines. And the court did prepare for this in their budget, so we would like to purchase them 27 new computers to fit into that budget. So, and with that, due to the age of these devices, we also need to purchase all new monitors so that they would be compatible with new computer hardware. So.
All right, with that, Councilman Rutherford, you have the floor.
Yes, I just want to first thank Councilman Parker, who's been vigilant about making sure that the 50th District is served because of the Law and Courts Committee. I also want to thank you, but my question is very simple. What's the actual timeline when you're going to get the products put in service? And also, is there an additional cost for the software for the updates? Because you know how, because it's 6 to 8 years old, some of the software might be obsolete and needs to be updated. So what's the timeline for both? And is there additional costs? Thank you.
Yeah, there shouldn't be any additional cost after what you have here on the quote. It's going to use the 365 software that we already purchased. It's going to use that for all of their computers. Sorry, what was your other question?
The other question was when would if we approve this, what will be the actual timeline for y'all to get the computers in to the district? So the 50th District Court was my question.
Yeah, our plan is to move forward with the purchase as soon as this is approved, and then as soon as we get that hardware, they are supposedly in stock, the ones we have quoted here. So we should receive it within 1 to 2 weeks, and then the plan would be to work with the courts to see when would be less obstructive for their work to roll them out how they would want us to. So maybe 5 computers at a time, something like that, or if they want to do it all at once, we can do it that way. So,
thank you so much.
Yep.
Further discussion? Councilwoman James.
Are these computers going to have cameras on them? Will they? I guess what I should be asking is, are they going to have capability that the courts would be able to do Zoom calls with them if they need to?
Yeah, most of the people using cameras at their computers right now, we provide a separate camera.
Okay.
So they'd be able to use their existing cameras to continue working with that. So,
is there a reason why the city purchases separate cameras?
it is cheaper than purchasing like a monitor or an all-in-one. And then when those devices become obsolete, you don't have to replace the whole device. You can just replace that camera. So.
Further discussion? Thank you, Councilman Parker, for your advocacy for the 50th District Court. Thank you to our IT leadership for making the magic happen. And thank you, Councilman Rutherford, for advocating for your district court located in the heart of District 1. Any further discussion? Hearing nothing further, roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve the purchase of desktop personal computers and monitors for the 50th District Court. Clerk Doyle. Yes.
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 That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Hope you have fun, and thank you very much for your endurance at tonight's very lengthy meeting. Fun fact, we do this every week. We're required by the city charter to meet weekly, and we're doing it twice in May because we also have budget sessions, so see you Thursday. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution to approve the interlocal partnership agreement for Hawthorne Park between Oakland County and the city of Pontiac? Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Goodman. The mayor and administration, cue it up.
Thank you, President McGinnis. This, too, dovetails with the earlier investment that the county has agreed to make of $500,000 in Crystal Lake Park. This is a really innovative and exciting approach with what is currently known as Hawthorne Park. And it's an opportunity by which the county has agreed to partner with the city to operate and maintain Hawthorne Park at its expense, as well as to make an initial investment of $1.5 million into the park, with additional investments likely in coming years. And so this is a way to make sure that we're improving the quality of our parks, something that, as I'm sure everyone can appreciate from the earlier estimate of about a $10 million price tag for Galloway Lake Park, is a very expensive endeavor when we're talking about our city, which has over 30 parks, 6 or 7 of which are major parks like Galloway Lake Park and Hawthorne Park. So this is an opportunity to make sure that we're leveraging as many resources as possible to really improve the quality of our parks and ultimately the quality of life enjoyed by our residents. I think it's really important to note that unlike most of the parks in the county system, this park will remain completely free of charge for entry into the park. Obviously, any additional amenities like a concession stand would charge for food, or to reserve the pavilion or something might involve a fee. But admission into the park will remain completely free of charge, which is a departure from other county parks. So we're very excited about that as well. And without further ado, I'll allow our parks manager, Alex Zegarzuski, to get into additional details.
Thank you, Mayor. Evening, Council. Just to highlight or to talk about some of the highlights of this agreement, just have a couple things here. As the Mayor mentioned, this agreement will bring an investment of about $1.8 million in capital improvements to revitalize the infrastructure of our 77-acre park. The agreement will see a transfer in park management responsibilities to the Oakland County Parks with guidance from the City of Pontiac under the terms outlined in this agreement. The park will be renamed Pontiac Oaks with the ongoing park maintenance and improvements provided by Oakland County Parks. As the Mayor mentioned, so the City of Pontiac will retain ownership of this park, and there will be no entry fee to enter this park to enjoy it for all our city residents. The City of Pontiac and Oakland County Parks will collaborate in developing plans for improving and maintaining the park during the duration of this agreement. And this agreement, after the 20-year period, if we choose to, we can renew or choose to claim ownership at the end back to the city. So those are kind of the main highlights. And as you'll see in the packet is the more detailed version of this partnership. But like I said, yeah, those are the main highlights. And as we heard tonight, we have a lot of exciting things happening with development in our parks that are upcoming. And this is just one of the great collaborations with the county to help improve the Pontiac parks.
Councilman Rutherford.
Okay. 2 questions. Number one, was there any negotiation from the administration about the term of the contract? For why is it for 20 years, and what's the explanation for that? Part two, my question is, in regards to the concession stands, are y'all gonna do price appropriate for the area, or are y'all gonna do what they do for the county? For example, a hot dog can cost you $6 to $8 at a county park. Everybody can't afford $6 to $8. So those are my two questions, and I yield to the administration or you to answer these questions.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Rutherford. I can't speak to the specific pricing schedule that the county may implement for any number of things there because it will be operated by the county. What I can say is that currently there is no concession stand there or in any of our parks, and so any concession stand would certainly be an improvement over the status quo there. I think that's an important item to take into consideration here. What was your other question, Councilwoman?
My other question was there any negotiation?
Oh, yes. Yes, quite a bit of negotiation between the county and the administration over a number of the terms of this arrangement. One of the challenges with having an initial term of less than 20 years is it's very difficult to get financing and to obtain grants if the term of the lease is shorter than that. And so that was one of the issues that the county brought to our attention. I had originally, in early conversations with the Oakland County Parks Commission, suggested a shorter term for the lease, but ultimately we settled on a 20-year initial term with an option to renew if both parties agree for an additional 20-year renewal term.
Council Pro Tem.
Yes, thank you, President McGinn. I just have one quick question. Is there any reason why Hawthorne Oaks Park was chosen instead of Pontiac Oaks Park? Because I was under the understanding that we needed to make that decision.
Yeah, we've got some competing language in a memo versus what's in the contract, so.
So there was a lot of early discussion around this, and there was a lot of back and forth. Different people, different council people had different perspectives. The county has had a variety of perspectives. Ultimately, where we landed based on the views of members of the Oakland County Parks Commission and of the Oakland County Commission is on the name Pontiac Oaks. Having said that, the county has agreed to allow the existing park sign to remain on the site, along with a new and additional county parks sign as well. So it really speaks, I think, to the partnership arrangement and agreement that is at the core of this understanding and of this opportunity for both the city and the county.
Further discussion?
I guess this is a question to my counterpart, Councilwoman James. Can I ask her a question?
Sure.
Councilwoman James, was there any thing else that you were looking for specifically in this contract that you didn't see done to your liking?
Well, yes, it's, I thought that this was something that I would be able to fully support, but as it turns out, and really this is the first time, I think yesterday, we got copies of the actual agreement. And, we've had discussions about this for quite a while, and those discussions have been around that we are forming a partnership with Oakland County, and, for all of the reasons that have already been mentioned, and that they were going to come in and help us by assuming the responsibility for Hawthorne Park. But when things get on paper, they become very different than what, we were talking about. Because what this agreement really does is it says that Hawthorne Park is no longer Hawthorne Park. It is now, or it will be once the city council approves it, essentially a county park. Now, that opens up some issues because traditionally county parks are not necessarily, the city of Pontiac doesn't have a high number of people who actually visit county parks. We have a water park in Waterford that's very close to Pontiac, but the participation with the Waterford Water Park with Pontiac residents has been very small, and the same for county parks. So the question is, if we allow Hawthorne Park to become Pontiac Oaks, which is essentially an Oakland County park, are we going to lose Hawthorne Park? Because right now Hawthorne is a very popular park. In the summertime, that park is busy Saturday and Sunday with events going on. Are we going to lose, or our residents going to lose a park or gain a park? That's kind of, my concern at this point, because if it becomes a county park and it's run like all other county parks, it's possible that we could lose the park in terms of our residents feeling comfortable enough to go to that park and be able to enjoy that park. That concerns me, because when I look at the demands of Oakland County, and they basically have gotten everything they asked for out of this agreement, it's highly possible that we could end up with something a little less than what we want. And that's a concern. But, time will tell whether or not this partnership, which is not really what I call a partnership, time will tell whether this is really going to work in the best interests of Pontiac residents.
Mayor Grimal?
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman. I appreciate the collaboration that you've shown throughout the process. I know you and I have had many conversations around this proposal. I do, again, want to emphasize that there are some really important fundamental differences between what will occur here at the Hawthorne site, soon to be known as Pontiac Oaks, versus Waterford Oaks or any other existing county park. Number one, it will be owned by the city. Number two, the strategic plan for this site must be approved by the city. Number three, capital improvements to this site must be approved by the city. Number four, it will be free of charge to people, unlike any other existing county park, to enter the park. Number five, it will in fact be called Pontiac Oaks, and that to me is actually a really strong claim for our residents to this park. It's not called Waterford Oaks. It's not called anything else, Independence Oaks or any other thing. It is owned by the city. It is free for residents to use, and it is called Pontiac Oaks, which I think is a much stronger claim by our municipality on this park than Hawthorne Oaks, named after Nathaniel Hawthorne, who has no relationship to the city of Pontiac whatsoever, has never been here, and would never have known where Pontiac was on a map if, in fact, he was even still alive when Pontiac was founded.
I'll go over that in a second. Speakers list continuing. Pro Tem.
Yes, President McGinn. I actually think this is a great opportunity for the city of Pontiac. I've seen these play out in Detroit with Belle Isle. I go to that park almost once a week. I also go to Oakland County parks. I see the difference in upkeep, maintenance of all of these parks throughout Oakland County, as well as other state parks and county parks around the state. I just think it's a great opportunity, and I really hope that this council moves forward with this partnership, because, like the mayor said, we still own this. We are not giving this to Oakland County. Actually, Oakland County is actually footing the bill, and I can't see no other reason to try for us to continue to try to maintain and upkeep our parks when we know we cannot long term. So I think this is a great idea. And especially with Pontiac Oaks Park, that's our city name, that we should have pride in that park. And I see this as a win-win. Thank you.
Councilman Goodman for a first time.
And excuse me if I didn't pick up on this, Councilwoman James, is there any specific or particular thing in this agreement that you have concerns with that you would like to see changed? And I do mean in a particular policy sense and not just overall.
I'd like to see a Pontiac Park Commission working with Oakland County, because I do think we need to get residents involved in it. You know, we're talking about that the city is going to approve the long-term park plans and things, but we need to get residents involved in working with the county to keep that park. You know, we're saying it's a city park. It's going to be run by the county, but we want our residents to be comfortable going to that park. We want our residents to be comfortable planning activities and planning events in that park. I'd like to see a community council, a park council, working with the county on that, because the Oakland County Parks Commission that support this agreement really have no one on that commission from the city of Pontiac. And so I would like to see Pontiac residents become, you know, make up a part of a commission that oversees or that works with the county, you know, on an ongoing basis to make sure that resident concerns are always met in that park.
The only thing I want to say, because I don't disagree with you at all, is with the concept of a Parks Commission, it might behoove us to not only just not limit it just to the specifics of this county park, but have that discussion as for all of our city parks, because I do believe in community input and creating infrastructure for that, allowing them to have the input over what is this large project. Yeah. But I feel that that is a thing that could be handled down the road, obviously much sooner, and actually put in the effort for that. But is it a thing that has to, I'd say, like, hold up this particular agreement? Is the only question that I largely have when it comes to, like, your policy concerns.
No, it doesn't have to hold up this agreement.
Thank you.
But it could be a great catalyst for that. I've had it on a wish list that we do establish a city parks and recreation commission. It's a best practice that many municipalities have to garner that feedback from the community for park considerations across the board. Mayor Greimel, do you feel comfortable tasking the city attorneys, whichever firm is the best appropriate one, to build out a proposal for the Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee to consider for the establishment of the framework for a city Parks and Recreation? Essentially, it's an advisory commission. They don't make budgetary decisions. They don't make policy decisions. That's still held here at the council. But it can be similar to the Arts Commission, an advisory body that helps shape and impact what we're doing. Because as tonight's agenda alone shows, we got a lot of moving parts. A lot of moving parts, a Freudian slip there, a lot of moving parts as it relates to parks. And there could be a lot of value, but also generating that community engagement.
Absolutely, and I can tell you that we've had conversations with the Oakland County Parks Commission about a body specifically relating to Pontiac Oaks Park as well. But to the points that have been made, it may make sense to have a citywide body to advise on a number of parks here in this city, or really all the entire city park system, including but not limited to Pontiac Oaks.
Yeah, and we may find over the years it'll be a Parks and Recreation Commission, and then there's a specific Pontiac Oaks or subcommittee that's tasked with that. But maybe in the early few years, it's the Parks Commission as a whole entity. So that's something that if you're able to, let's start the gears turning on that quickly, because this will be an early need for that engagement. So that way they can inform us and help shape decisions we make. When the contract before us, it says about, you know, sort of the strategic plan has to come for city approval. Is that only administrative, or is that city council strategic plan vote?
Yeah, so what I called the strategic plan is actually called in the agreement the action plan, and that requires the approval of the city representative, who is the mayor, and city council.
Okay.
So that requires both the mayor's approval and city council's affirmative approval. The capital improvement projects require the sign off of the city representative, but the way the agreement is currently written, not of the city council. So that's how the agreement is currently written.
Councilman Rutherford.
Yeah, so I was told recently that we should support people what they want and want to see in their districts. And so that is the reason why I asked Councilwoman James, because not only is it in her district, she has been the forerunner for this park issue. And so my real hesitation is that I didn't know till about 5 minutes ago that it was 20 years. And I have reservation about that. And I think we need to think long and hard about this decision we're making, because long after we are gone, well, some of us are gone on to greater, better things, we still gonna be stuck in something we may not always agree with. And I understand, shouts out to the county that y'all here and y'all giving us money, but there's other parts that could have been considered, and there's other things that could have been done to make this a more welcoming partnership. So I have a little hesitation. Well, actually, I'm lying. I have a lot of hesitation because of the timeline. So that's my statement. You guys do what you want. Go ahead. I'm done.
Timeline as in voting on it tonight, or timeline as in the period of the lease?
Timeline in the period of the lease.
Okay.
That 20 years don't feel that great.
Councilman Rutherford, do you support, I'm going to ask all council members this, do you like the concept of a partnership with Oakland County where it has one of our municipal parks being a county park?
I support it being a county park as long as we as the people have a voice and are actually listened to and not talked at and told what we gonna do or else. That's what my issue is.
How do you feel about the name Pontiac Oaks?
Come back to me, ask everybody else.
Councilman Nicholson?
Yes, and supportive.
So you like the concept, you like the name Pontiac Oaks, and are you comfortable with voting on it tonight, or would you rather us marinate on it for a week?
I think if we have the support of the administration in establishing that commission, I think then I'm comfortable tonight.
Councilman Goodman, on those three questions?
Let's see if I can remember them all. So yes, I support the idea of having the county adopt a park. What was the other one? The second.
The name? How do you feel about the name?
I am very indifferent towards the name. To me, the more important thing is making sure that we actually get the investment into the park, because I do care at the end of the day that people have invested in park.
Yeah. And do you want to vote on it tonight, or do you need another week for more review and contemplation?
Similar to Nicholson's answer, if the administration is open to the commission, then I'm comfortable tonight.
Okay. Councilman Parker?
Thank you, sir. I'm in agreement with everything, except I'm a little bit hesitant about it into long-term agreements on anything. 20 years seem to be a very long time. And I'm hoping I'll still be around 20 years from now, certainly, but I'm always a little bit anxious about entering into long-term agreements as it applies to what we see now versus what may be evident or present 5 to 10 to 15 years from now.
How do you feel about the name?
Name's great with me.
How do you feel about tonight versus next week?
I'm indifferent.
Okay. Councilman James, on those 3 points?
The name I've got concerns about, because originally I thought, in fact, this came through my Parks, Recreation, and Public Works Subcommittee. Chris was at our meeting in March, and he made a presentation, and the presentation that he made at that time, we had compromised on Hawthorne Oaks Park, and we all agreed to that. I only found out yesterday, Monday, that that was off the table and we were back to, it was going to be named Pontiac Oaks, which to me, it feels to me like a strong arm. You know, because if you're telling me this is a partnership and we're working together, but you are getting all of the, you know, you're making all of the demands on this partnership, you know, based on the fact that you are dangling $1.5 million to us. But I just don't like being strong-armed like that. And then that makes me wonder, are we really going to get a park that our residents are going to be comfortable? Because when I read this agreement, bottom line is this park is going to be run like a Oakland County park. It has to meet all of the requirements of the county's park system. And that may create some problems for Pontiac residents. who have enjoyed that park over the years. I understand fully. I've worked the last 10 years cleaning up and upgrading Pontiac parks. Nobody wants to see Pontiac parks elevated any more than me. But at the same time, I want them to be parks that belong to us, that our residents are comfortable going to those parks and enjoying those parks. They are Pontiac public spaces. Now, the other question that I have is, it says in here that no Pontiac resident is going to be charged. Will other residents, will there be a gate that other people other than Pontiac residents are going to be charged?
Looks like the mayor's got a finger, but if you want to yield to him on that.
Yeah, the answer is no. So that's why I've tried to be very careful in saying that people will not be charged for entry.
So to clarify, it's that there is no charge, period, for Pontiac Oaks, or no charge for Pontiac residents?
Well, this actually doesn't say, this. If you look at the agreement, it says that Pontiac residents will not be charged, but it's not clear whether you are going to be charging people other than Pontiac residents. It's not clear from this.
Well, I thought it was in the agreement that it would be free of charge to anybody, but the answer in any event is nobody will be charged to enter the park.
Okay.
And is there a nod from the leader of the Oakland County Parks? Sure. Yeah. Yeah, as long as the council doesn't object. And since they are here on a marathon participation, give a shout out to your staff that's here as well.
Absolutely. And if it'd be okay, just like to introduce everybody here. Simon Rivers on our planning staff, Donna Foland is the leader of our planning unit, and Zach Lukowitz, who is our diversity, equity, inclusion coordinator. I'd just like to make a couple comments on some of the things that have been mentioned. I think Councilwoman James' idea of a committee that would work with us, we embrace that 100%, agree to it, and would hope that the Councilwoman would be an active participant in it. Feel very strongly, because this is located in her district, and she and I have had many conversations, I think she's a big key part of the success of making this work and be embraced by the residents of the community. On the name issue, what Councilwoman mentioned is accurate. And from Oakland County Park staff, what we presented to the city initially was Hawthorne Oaks, based on the feedback from that meeting. As the mayor mentioned, this rose a little above my pay grade to the elected officials that approved the appropriation. And this is important to them, and I'll tell you why I think it is important to them. Pontiac has been neglected. I mean, I can't tell you how moved I am by how many of you I've heard tonight that spend your personal time cleaning up parks. You deserve the partnership of your county parks. And that's why we're here tonight. And as the Councilwoman mentioned, we don't have a strong presence of Pontiac residents in our parks. And how we turn that around is by being present in the city of Pontiac. And this provides us a home base to do that. I will personally consider this a failure unless Councilwoman James believes that this is a huge success. So I hope maybe that'll address a few of the items. As far as the free charge issue, there'd be no charge for anyone to enter this park. We have no plans to have an entry fee whatsoever. The charges that may happen there is only if there's something very specific in terms of like a special event, or we don't plan a concession as of right now. And if anything we do there has to have community context to Councilwoman Rutherford's question about concessions. Of course, we really want this to be embraced by the residents of the city. We think this is a step forward in a new partnership, a new chapter. And so, I hope we can take a leap of faith here and give Oakland County Parks an opportunity to show you what we can do as real partners and build on the success and do even more in the future.
Continuing the speakers list, I think, was there a hand, Councilman Rutherford? Pro Tem?
Yes, I know on the resolution it does say Hawthorne Oaks Park, but I'd like to make amend that.
To replace it with Pontiac Oaks?
Yes.
It's been moved to strike the word Hawthorne and replace it with Pontiac.
Support.
It's been moved by Carrington, second by Nicholson. So this is just specifically amending to swap out the name. And so on the name point, I do think it will help communicate to our residents that we at long last do have a county park, even though there will know the ownership, nature, and those that are observers of local government will know the nuances. But I think it really telegraphs and communicates to our community that at long last there is substantial investment by the Oakland County Park System directly into Pontiac. Pontiac, what year was the park system created? So since 1966, the taxpayers of Pontiac, Michigan, who in 1966 were a whole lot of, and really a big tax base for the county park system, we have been a major contributor to the operations for the county parks. And historically, their locations were in rural, outlying, and sparsely developed areas, and understandably so, because there's lakes and forests and things like that to claim. There are tons of golf courses that the county parks has scattered throughout the county, some various different water features at different ones, but it has been far too long that there has not been a Pontiac Oaks, and it's part of a larger initiative in Oak Park, Royal Oak Township, and other historically underserved and underrepresented communities where there would be park establishments, but where those local municipalities are retaining that ultimate local control and for retaining those parks. So I am in support of the Pontiac Oaks name. I think it does reinforce that bold move. Hawthorne Park is named because there was an elementary school next to it, Nathaniel Hawthorne School, because during the 1950s they were naming after poets and authors because they had so many baby boomers to build schools for. So we had Frost, we had Walt Whitman, we had, Bethune was in that cycle too. Washington Irving, I mean, there's all sorts of random ones. And so Hawthorne is in that cycle. It was closed and demolished, I want to say, in the 90s. It's been a minute. It could have been the late 90s, early 2000s, but it's been decades where that's vacant land. It's a related question. That property is currently owned by the school district. Is it the understanding that it's still school district property where the school used to stand?
It is, but we set out in the agreement, plan to work with the city to acquire the property dedicated to public recreation use under the ownership of the city.
Yeah. Yeah. If it was a quick yes, I would have just reiterated it, but there's a nuanced answer
Sorry,
there.
my elevator speech is for a skyscraper, so the answer is it is currently owned by the school district, but we've set out in the agreement a game plan to work together. We've already started discussions with Six Rivers organization to start trying to prepare to get some DNR grant funding to support the acquisition of that property so that it can be dedicated for public recreational use. So that's the game plan.
That's helpful context. Did you want to add something, Alex?
Yeah, and just to add on to that, we're actually doing our first site walk of the property next week.
Very promising. So just want to give that, but Nathaniel Hawthorne was alive when Pontiac was established. He died in the 1860s. So if the dude knew what was up, he knew about Pontiac out in Michigan. But doesn't mean we have to be tethered to his name. Yes, Councilwoman Rutherford.
Excuse me, but there are tons of people who live in my district who attended that school, who have lived in District 4 all their lives in one neighborhood. They attended that school, and, we can laugh about it if we want to, but Hawthorne Park and Hawthorne School has deep resonance in District 4, which I represent. So, we can agree to change that name. That's okay. But I believe that the name is very, that the people in that district care a lot about that park as Hawthorne Park, and most of them attended Hawthorne Elementary School. So that name, even though it's not, it's still it has deep meaning for the people in my district.
Other discussion on the proposed swapping of the word Hawthorne for Pontiac. So we've heard some debate, one in favor, one opposed. Any further discussion of the amendment to replace Hawthorne with Pontiac? Hearing no further discussion, roll call on adoption of the amendment, which is striking the word Hawthorne, replacing it with Pontiac to make it Pontiac Oaks in the resolution, main resolution under consideration. Clerk Doyle.
Parker.
I'm torn. Certainly, I've listened to Councilman James and her desire, and since I don't have the history in Pontiac that everyone else has, I'm gonna defer to her. And as she says, if the community has some tie into that name, I would say leave the name the same.
So that's a no to the amendment.
I'm sorry. No.
Okay.
Rutherford.
No.
Carrington.
Yes.
Goodman.
Yes.
James.
No.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Nicholson.
Yes.
4 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, so that amendment carries. The main resolution has swapped the phrase Hawthorne Oaks with Pontiac Oaks. So we're now at the main motion. We did a gauge. There was one council person that explicitly said they wanted to postpone for 1 week to review it further. Does anyone else want to keep reviewing it further?
I just want to
Councilman Rutherford.
Thanks. So I think the real elephant in the room and the question for us, because you said earlier you have a diversity and inclusion partnership, correct, or have somebody doing that, is will Black folks feel welcome at Pontiac Oak Park? Because of the history of Waterford Oaks, how police are oftentimes called at the drop of a dime, is this going to turn into Police 101 on the north side? And I think that's what the issue is going to be in our residents, because I need you to answer that. And whoever your diversity inclusion, or you could both get up and answer it. Take a shot at it and let me know. That's it.
You'll want to hit the microphone base at the bottom right.
You're going to get me trained here sooner or later. One of the terms of the agreement is for us to present to the city for the city's approval a security plan for the park. And we understand there's a lot of context here, and we have some learning to do on how to operate a park in a more urban setting. So it's something we're sensitive to, and something we're going to be working with the city to develop and make sure we do this correctly. Zach, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'll just say it's fully our intent as well. I think Chris has shared tonight too that we will be engaging the community and having discussions about this park. I personally have visited this park many times. I grew up in Waterford off of Walton Boulevard, not too far, about a mile down the road. So I myself recreated in that space, and I've since recreated there. I think it's a beautiful park, but I do agree. I think having discussions about that, what that looks like, being sensitive to policing, being sensitive to the relationship with Oakland County Sheriff Department as well. I think that's really important, and I look forward to having more conversations about that and the best way to move forward with our implementation plan.
Was there any further interest in postponing for 1 week to allow further review? So it sounds like council's interested in making their decision tonight. So we've determined at least the decision on the name. So the question of postponement's been addressed, the question of the name has been addressed, and now the final larger matter is this a partnership we wish to pursue? Any further discussion on the main motion before us? All right, and so Mayor Grimel, on a related but separate matter, we look forward to, through our city council subcommittees and then at the city council, considering an ordinance amendment that creates Parks Commission or Parks and Recreation Commission, however it's best structured. That would be first and foremost very useful in terms of making this a proposal, if it is enacted as a partnership and agreement, making sure it's successful for Pontiac residents. I do want to acknowledge that this is potentially one of multiple partnerships and collaborations with Oakland County when it comes to recreational enhancements. There have been some over the years, of course. I mean, I can think of the Clinton River Trail as something that Oakland County, through their Economic Development Department, has brokered. But in part, my vote in support of this partnership is to a degree, there is a degree of trust but verify. And we acknowledge that that's a mutual scenario, mutual reality. And there is a bit of a leap of faith there, but I'm doing that squarely communicating to the lever holders of power in Oakland County that we want this to be one of many initiatives that right the historic wrongs, that make whole the disinvestment or the departure from the center city and our county seat. We are very actively eager to see the county executive's pledge of offices reopening in downtown Pontiac with county staff come to fruition, and many, many other initiatives. And we know that you are a semi-autonomous entity of Oakland County government. You have unique structure, but I am voting in part with that trust but verify and leap of faith, hoping to very clearly communicate to the county leadership that Pontiac is up for playing ball where it makes sense and where it works for our taxpayers and our residents. I am a little jealous that this will not be Murphy Park. I am willing to bite the bullet on that. I think that a county park could have been really dynamic there, but we've got other amazing things that are coming to fruition for Murphy Park, as we've already discussed. And I think that's what I've got to say about that. Any further discussion?
You're welcome to change. Make Murphy Park Pontiac Oaks.
That's a good pivot. Hearing no further discussion. Roll call on adoption of the resolution to approve the interlocal partnership agreement for Hawthorne Park between Oakland County and the city of Pontiac. Roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Nicholson,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
7 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We look forward to hearing swiftly about the many moving pieces that will be related, including the Parks and Recreation Commission to be considered. I do want to thank you for your investment of time this evening. Obviously, many township board meetings and city council meetings go long. We did not set this agenda anticipating that a referendum petitions would have been landed in our lap, and it was not our intention to make you sweat this long, but we hope it was a fruitful sweat session. Yes, very good. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution awarding the bid and executing agreement contract with the Major Group for Lawn Chair Concert Series Facilitator Events?
So moved.
Support.
Moved by Rutherford, seconded by Nicholson. That motion is now before us. Mayor and Administration, what are we dealing with?
Thank you, President McGinnis. I am going to defer the in-depth discussion of this item to Deputy Mayor Stevens, but I will note that we are fully committed to having another successful summer of the Lawn Chair Concert Series, and we recognize that to really pull off a successful event like this or series of events like this, we need to hire a consultant, an event organizer, to put in the many hours of work necessary to make this happen. We did put out an RFP. Brian Major's organization, the Major Group, put in a proposal. He came before the Arts Commission. The Arts Commission was comfortable with his proposal, and we believe that this makes sense to move forward with. The source of funding for the contract with the Major Group will be a portion of the $100,000 that the County Commission has granted to the City of Pontiac for purposes of putting on arts and culture events. And with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you, Mayor. The only additional thing that I would add to that is the final form of the contract is still being worked out by the purchasing division, but the mayor actually gave you all of the pertinent information on this item.
Councilman Rutherford.
It is my hope that we pay our artists their just due and not bare minimum like they were paid last year. And so I simply ask that because the budget's for $100,000, that we pay our artists like Quincy Stewart, Keith Bubby Webb, in a timely fashion and not and to speed up the process of them getting their checks. Because last year there were folks who waited months to be paid from this event, and so I just really hope since we gonna spend all this money, that y'all pay people when y'all owe them their money the day of performances. Because what people don't know, if you're not a musician and or an artist, is that this is the busiest time of the year, and that income supplements what we don't make in the winter or fall months. So if you could just put that as a dab into Mr. Major ear to make sure he have those musicians, artists, checks the day of. That's it.
Further discussion? Do we know the target time frame? So we're talking about the Lawn Chair Concert Series is returning for these warmer months. Are they looking to have it be June through September, which was the general range last year? And if Mayor Greimel has the answer, we're just curious, what's the time frame for the Lawn Chair Concert Series this season?
The very first event in the Lawn Chair Concert Series is slated to occur on June 15th, I believe, if that's a Thursday. The series will be occurring on Thursdays, and I believe the first is Thursday, June 15th.
Is this a Tim Greimel, Calfani Stevens joint birthday concert?
Well, it's true that June 15th is my birthday, but no, it is not in honor of my birthday. I don't celebrate my birthday.
Oh, Jehovah's Witness, okay. All right, so any further discussion on the motion before us? Councilman Rutherford.
Which district is the first concert in?
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that the schedule has been determined. Last year, I know we saved the best district for last, and we may be inclined to do that again this year, but that has yet to be determined.
Thank you.
Councilman Parker?
Thank you, Brother President. I just hope that as we're planning this concert series, that we remember that we do have some parks north of Mount Cobb and that we do something in Galloway Park, because we did not do anything in that park last year.
Mayor Greimel.
That is a very fair observation. I will note that we did an event in J.C. Park last year. We missed you there, and you're welcome to attend future events on the north side.
Order in the chamber.
But we did do one on the north side. But your point is well taken, and we can certainly do one in Galloway Lake Park. I think that would be very fitting as we focus on making investments in Galloway Lake Park.
Further discussion on the motion before us? Hearing nothing further, speakers is exhausted. Roll call on adoption of the resolution. Clerk Doyle.
Rutherford,
Yes.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
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 That motion carries. The resolution is adopted. We've already handled public comment earlier this evening. For communications, they are printed on or available electronically on the city's agenda. But I will just state that our next budget hearing schedule, the special meeting on the budget for the City Council, is this coming Thursday, May 18th at 5:00 p.m., focusing on the Departments of Finance, Communication, and Information Technology. With that, Mayor, your communications.
I just want to say that I think I speak for all city residents when I exclaim that we're all looking forward to the southbound Woodward Lanes reopening in the next 2 or 3 weeks from Rapid to South Boulevard. So my understanding is that's still on track to reopen by the end of May. But knowing that sometimes MDOT falls behind their schedule, I always say we're confident it'll be reopened by the first week of June.
Roger that. Your closing comments, Mayor.
Well, just 2 quick things. I want to acknowledge the public comment that was made that we did get a late start on grass cutting in the parks this year because of the transition to bringing those services back in-house. And so I do want to just acknowledge that we're aware of that. However, the grass cutting of the parks did start this week. It actually started on Saturday over the weekend and will be continuing throughout this week. So although we did get a late start as we seek to bring back in-house a number of city services, and of course in this case it required the obtaining of lawn maintenance equipment, lawn mowers and trailers to haul them. But we are on track now, and we look forward to actually substantially improved maintenance of our parks due to bringing those services back in-house. And I also want to acknowledge the implicit criticism of GFL. GFL has had a lot of problems here in the city. We are very much aware of the poor service delivery by GFL. I do just want to note that in 2004, the city entered into a 20-year contract for trash service and trash pickup. And that was with a predecessor company there's been a series of acquisitions, so that now that contract was ultimately acquired by GFL as the successor. But we know GFL is a problem. The contract is expiring a year from now, and we look forward to a robust conversation and decision-making process to improve trash and curbside pickup in the city.
Deputy Mayor Stevens.
Thank you. Just one thing to add to the mayor's comments about the lawn cutting. So we did have we had the material on order in a timely fashion. The wholesaler was not able to get the materials, specifically the engines that we ordered from the manufacturer. And I want to give a big shout out to our DPW director, who was he was not able to get the materials when we wanted them, but he was able to negotiate in its stead that we would get upgraded engines. So 2 of our mowers will have, if you think about them in tiers, so like a first tier, a second tier, and a third tier, and we have first tier motors, 2 of our engines will be upgraded to third tier motors, and the rest of our engines will be upgraded to second tier motors at no additional charge to us. So just kudos to him for negotiating that and the fact that we were delayed in getting our materials.
Roger that. Clerk Doyle.
No comment.
Councilman Nicholson.
First, I want to apologize for having to leave so often. This time of year, I get really horrible sinuses, so it's been acting up particularly worse at nighttime. Want to remind District 2 residents that our advisory group meeting is this coming Monday at 7 o'clock at Goldner Walsh. The WRC will be there to start talking about the major infrastructure improvements that are going to be happening throughout the district. So please do come so you can get all of the details. I will disseminate that information otherwise after. Also, District 2 residents, just a reminder that I've said in previous meetings, please do contact WRC if you have not signed the water service line agreement. Those have already started. They're on Seminole and Oneida Street this week. So we do need 70% compliance for them to be able to start the larger infrastructure projects. And this will have implications for future sewer upgrades. So please do make arrangements if you've not already signed that with WRC to have them come to your home and sign that agreement.
Councilman Goodman.
The main thing that I would like to mention is that the District 3 meeting will be happening on June 2nd at 5:30 p.m. At the Oakland History Center, because I do remember how to, that is specifically what it's called now. So again, that'll be June 2nd at 5:30 at the Oakland History Center. Just want to highlight for everyone the multiple public hearings that will be happening for the smart routes this week. One of them happened tonight. I believe that was the one that was in Farmington Hills. The next one will be happening Thursday at 5 o'clock in Berkeley, actually. I need to figure out the exact time for that. And anyone who's interested, please reach out to me who would like to make public comment. Because I think it's really important that, again, after we've done all this work to try to maintain and improve transit for the city, that there's a possibility that a day of a route might get cut. So just to highlight that for all of us. But separate from that, I don't really have anything.
All right. Councilwoman James.
No comment tonight.
Councilman Parker.
Thank you, Brother President. I just want to say thank you to Pastor Desrow for coming and staying and praying for us. I want to thank all of those who stayed, to all of our citizens who stayed for the end of our meetings, regardless of how long they are. And I want to just remind everybody, there was a comment made about community cleaning, and we had a whole week of community cleaning. And I can tell you, at least on the north side of town for Galloway and the existing areas, from the community, we only had one person to show up. So if more people would show up, we can keep the cities cleaner. And with that, I say good evening.
Pro Tem Carrington.
Yes, thank you, President McGinnis. I'll be real brief. I just like to think, I look forward to more partnerships with Oakland County, because Pontiac is the heart of Oakland County. And after all these decades of not seeing anything done by the county here, I definitely look forward to more partnerships.
Councilman Rutherford.
enthusiasm, intense enjoyment, or approval. I would like the same enthusiasm that we show about public parks with this administration to be shown about affordable housing. I would love to see the same enthusiasm that our county commissioners showed about getting $100,000 for the summer concert series be showed for affordable housing. I would love for the Grimo administration to show the same enthusiasm they showed about a partnership with the county and everybody else to be shown about affordable housing. I'm going to keep saying it because my job outside of here every day, I am impacted by seeing families who are simply trying to find a place to stay, be priced out of their property because there is no affordable housing. Did you know that the Newmans have a 3-year waiting list on a 3-bedroom? Did you know that Lancaster has a 5-year waiting list on the 3-bedroom? And yet we are enthused and inspired and happy and smiling about parks when people who live in this city are sleeping in their car. And so until we show the same enthusiasm about affordable housing, I am not impressed. Lastly, Councilwoman James, you fought a very good fight. I salute you because I was told by someone, as I'm going to reiterate again, to support people for what they want in their districts. And I would just like the same people that give me them talks to do what they say and not just tell me what to do. On that note, have a good evening and good night.
And then it was me. I got nothing. Good night. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Support. Moved by, was it Rutherford, seconded by Parker?
Mm-hmm.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call, Clerk Doyle.
Carrington,
Yes.
Goodman,
Yes.
James,
Yes.
McGinnis,
Yes.
Parker,
Yes.
Rutherford.
Yes.
6 yeas, no nays.
That motion carries. We stand adjourned at whatever time it is. Thank you all. Good night and be